Alright, I hope, okay, my power, my power clipped. That's very awkward. My bad, guys. Alright, let's get back to where we were. I hope I'm live now. Sorry about that. Power went out. Alright. Power went out. Where were we? Right. It occasionally happens, and I'm glad Twitch saved the thing because I forgot to read this thing yet. So there have been, yeah, I didn't read the whole thing yet. Like you said, you might just lack practice to use some words, like using a tool for the first time, and there is this anxiety in the background. Another problem is that some of the grammar that you learn, grammar, that's where the analytical part comes in. So you can choose to like vibe the grammar too. I haven't really thought about a solution for grammar, actually. The chances of using them won't come out, so it worries you that you might forget. That's pretty much the consensus, right? If you're not going to use it, you might forget it. That also means that it might not be useful. However, you can always practice them on the side, but if you're focused on casual conversation, it's understandable that if you're not going to be able to use them, you have to create a situation to use them. Now, hang on. Not everything is like in its place right now. Hold up. That's still downstream of the many things, right? Even if you didn't forget, not using it for a long time creates anxiety on the use. Yes. So here's the thing, right? When you are writing to yourself, say you're writing to yourself, or you're writing in a journal, oftentimes this reminds you of the things you might forget. And because you do that, you are less likely to forget them. Right. So many of the times, if you're picking the thing that's most constant in your life, what is the most constant things in your life? These are going to be your habits, right? And if you can couple another habit to another habit, then they become unforgettable. Now, it could be a bad or a good thing, right? So if anxiety is something that runs in your life the entire time, you can couple writing with anxiety. So every time you're anxious, you would write about it. And then when you write about it, it reinforces your understanding of it. So inherently, it's not a catch-all. This isn't a life hack. But when you create a habit, it can lessen your anxiety because you are keeping track of the things. You write about things that make you anxious, and therefore you write about the things that you are afraid of forgetting. Writing them down makes it less likely to forget, and you don't necessarily have to read your notes again. The act of writing it reinforces it. So this is a different thing all entirely. It's called habit association. And oftentimes you don't have to necessarily, like, if journal writing is something you don't like you don't like to journal write, you can find other creative ways, like what other activity you can make to engage, right? To engage in the things that trigger your anxiety, but help you remind things that lessens your anxiety. So it doesn't have to be repo, right? And I'm giving you a blanket example. It can be anything, but I typically lean towards journaling. It's something that people can do in private. They have control over it. You can create your own environment. However, repo could be the thing, right? Like repo. So the question is, you're anxious that you may forget a grammar thing. So what's a clever way to get the repo experience to reinforce your forget? The thing you're able to worried about forgetting. And oftentimes this is what I call the application. When you think of application so you learn something, right? You learn something. And this is the learning process. So a lot of language learning things deal with learning process. Like talking to other people is a great way to learn things. Application is where memory comes in. So if you're talking about retention, the thing, if you have, this is contributing to anxiety. Finding clever ways to use it is how to remember it. Now, I'll give you an example from me personally in order to share with you. Right now, right this moment, is helping me remember Japanese and Chinese. Explaining language learning, and then in the context of Japanese and Chinese, whenever someone wants to talk about them, is how I am keeping the things that I'm afraid might go away present. So if someone wants to go over grammar, for example, I will talk about Chinese and Japanese and English grammar at the same time, because I will compare them three all the time. So in what I'm doing here is I'm incorporating my habit. I speak English already. I'm learning Chinese already. So if someone wants to learn about Japanese grammar, I think about it in 3 different ways and in 3 different relationships. So the likelihood of them getting forgotten is less and less. And that's kind of what you vibe over time. When you're vibing, you're taking in as many different ways as you can address the anxiety. So if you don't know how to say cool, I like it, right? I like it. Then you can participate in an experience to gather many ways to say this. So over time, you'll hear many ways to say cool, I like it. 大丈夫です or すごいね, right? Yaba, I don't know, something like that, or uma, etc. When you learn those things, then your anxiety gets reduced because you can use any of them, all of those things. So that means you have 6 different ways or more. As the number of ways go up, you feel less and less insecure, because in my opinion, that means you're more and more experienced and you're trying to gain that experience. So in terms of grammar, if you're looking for grammar, if you're worried about it, find a clever way to do it. Oftentimes for me, I draw pictures. Bree does a lot. I looked at her notes. Bree does way more than that, and I'm guessing she likes to do it, right? So it also has to be something you already like to do, or do already, as in a habit that you already formed. So it does mean that you might want to form that habit, like journaling or taking notes. Taking notes, it becomes not boring. Journaling becomes not boring when it's something you are creatively using to get rid of your anxiety, because you can keep reminding yourself that I'm writing these notes because it will help me with my anxiety with forgetting. It will help me practice things that I can go into my next game session, right? Game session being less anxious. So each and every day, you're working little by little to reduce all of your social anxiety or your anxiety points. It's not going to change overnight, but you're always going to be able to remind yourself, like, if I write this note now, tomorrow there's a chance it comes up and I'm already ready. That's kind of like the joys of practicing. I understand that here's a common trend a lot of times when people keep on focusing on learning. Like all their learning is constantly learning. Trying to find some time to practice gives reward, its own reward, and it's kind of a delay reward. Learning gives immediate reward most of the time nowadays. Like, oh, hey, you get tested, right? And you remember it in the short term. Practice comes with maybe a year down the line. Well, you still use this term, so it's no longer a big reward, but it's a delayed one. It's like you still remember it. So that's kind of where practice comes in. And it's often, lots of people tend to defocus this because they want things to happen very quickly. A lifetime of anxiety didn't happen quickly. It happened across your life. You're trying to tackle your anxiety that has built up. Like all the things, the behavior that you have, it took you all these years, all the years of your life to provide some perspective. All the years of your life created this anxiety. So expecting yourself to do one thing and have it go away is kind of unrealistic. But there are other ways to make you feel better about that. You can say each day you're chipping away at your anxiety. So doing something that you can find that's consistent is one of the golden rules. Today, if you write something about your grammar thing and you're saying, okay, so tomorrow I'm gonna ask someone a question and see if they know the answer. That's a real fun way that I think leans really well to internet. Like if you like being a viewer instead of like the streamer themselves or leading the conversation, there's something that viewers do all the time that are very comfortable, is asking a question that they're looking for a specific answer. So if you are worried that you're going to forget a grammar thing, teach, explain after asking a question to someone else. That's what I do, by the way. I do most of that by, I know when you get started, you can literally practice your communication skills while doing all this. So when I'm explaining this on anxiety or stuff like that, I've done this myself. It's not that I didn't practice it out of my own experience. These are coming from my own experience. So there's really very low anxiety or prep work since I do this day in and day out. So the things you do day in and day out are your strongest assets. If you're really good at being anxious, like for example, if you're great at having social anxiety, you can also be great at telling people about it or understanding it. So one thing that I feel there's a big disconnect between where I am and where another person is that the reason why I can talk about these subjects far more is because I deal with them every single day. You can kind of get a detachment from someone. You can kind of feel it and vibe it when you know that someone doesn't have social anxiety or never experienced social anxiety, but they're still trying to help you because they're trying to empathize from a distance. This is a personal thing that I have. So I no longer I no longer have to be anxious about talking about social anxiety, understanding, and the methods that I personally use to do it, because I've spent most of my time doing this every single day. Like when people talk about ADHD symptoms, right? ADHD symptoms. I'm not talking about people that are ADHD. A lot of ADHD is self-diagnosed. It can also be predisposed due to information. Talking about the symptoms of ADHD. So like lack of focus, mania, and then anxiety. obviously, anxiety, and lack of consistent relational communication, right? All these exist. It still exists now. Like I have to address all of these things whenever I talk to a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha. I still, every single day, I have to learn how to stick, quote unquote, be hip. I need to stay current. So I still experience a lack of consistency, lack of focus, lack of mania, and anxiety. Every time I have to talk to a new stranger, it's new information. However, the anxiety is constantly lessened because I'm practicing each day. More information, and then I get more information from you, for example, and Bree, and I immediately use it in my way. So how do I use it? I explain something to other person. Like tomorrow, I know we're speaking publicly. So tomorrow when someone asks me, some like pro call comes on and asks me, oh, yeah, it's been a week. What have you been done? Anything interesting happen? I would immediately talk about this, what we're talking about right now, because that is part of my day. That's something I already know I did. So there's no anxiety whenever someone asks me, oh, what have you been doing? It's because I already do it. So the thing that I preach this is something that I practice every day that I preach. When you get new information, if you want it, if you desire this information to stick with you, an excellent way of internalizing it is to teach it or explain it. And that is within your power. You are able to create an environment that you would have to do that. My environment is streaming and teaching, right? So all the things that I'm saying now, I've done this day in and day out during streaming. So I talk about ADHD symptoms, not ADHD itself, like the diagnoses and how, but the symptoms they may have that correlate. Like social anxiety doesn't necessarily mean you have ADHD, for example, but it can be a symptom that coincides with that feeling. And lack of communication, that all those are tied together. And I do experience most of them whenever I deal a new thing. Like a normal, maybe extroverted-ish person, they will continue to feel anxiousness, nervousness when they are tackling things of the unknown. So the question is, what makes them similar to you in the manner to speak? It's often control. And one of the greatest things about control is taking actions to giving you the opportunity to do them. So if you're afraid of responding, ask someone a question that you already know the response to. So if I ask you, how are you feeling today? I already know how I feel today. So when you answer how you're feeling today, I will be able to share how I'm feeling today because I already prepared for it. And that is not where it ends, it's where it begins. So when you begin to do this, then you can think about the next step. You can start working on the next step. The idea is, if you're trying to build experience, you gotta get your foot through the door and then trust yourself for the rest. But the experience is what creates that trust. For me, I would do like dialogue webs, like if I ask question 1 and I get a response A, what if the response is B? What do I do? So you can do this if you want, but I don't think you give me that impression immediately. So to vibe this stuff is to constantly inch further and then see what happens. When you get the beginning routines down, I think the sky is the limit. So being anxious, you can stack the deck. Like if you like a game, if you like Repo, and you have a strategy ready, ask yourself, how are you going to explain it in Japanese to a Japanese person? with only the Japanese you know. Like, can you find a creative way to say, like, the next time you run your character over here and just jump and say, you know, what you call it, Koko, you know, Koko wa, right? That's all you have to say, Koko wa, here, right? Just here. And that gives you the power. You have already prepared for a scenario that you're prepared for, and then you can watch what happens afterwards. You can listen and observe what happens afterwards. So then there's less anxiety about what you're responsible for, right? Your responsibilities are first. You took care of it. You know the phrase, get it out of the way. Get it out of the way. I feel this is a way to describe someone who is having trouble taking care of all the things they're worried about before even trying to get stuff from the response and the reaction. So the more you can prepare for this and get it out of the way within your control, the more free time you get to vibe the rest. So in the future, one of the standards is ask the question. And that goes back to the beginning, where if you can ask questions in Japanese, you can get answers that you are afraid would be gone or lost, or responses that you don't know yet. So asking questions mean that you have control. So asking maybe like doko desu ka? Just doko desu ka everywhere. Like nani? Nani wa doko desu ka? Right? Like where is things? Where are things? Like where are you? You know? I guess anata wa doko desu ka? Right? You can ask where are you, and then you can hear all the different responses. They're like, oh, you're at the what is a factory? Or you're sorry, I'm like trying to guess what repo, like the repo environments are. Like I'm at the dunes. You don't know what the dunes are yet, but you can always ask where they are to hear it. So you're basically listening and farming. You're not worried about what you have to say now. You get to worry or listen and observe what they have to do. And that is the primer. They control the conversation. The alternative, oftentimes the luck alternative, is you have someone who likes doing that. So if you're able to find someone who likes explaining things to you and then ask questions back, and they even ask you to ask them questions, that's kind of goated. Obviously, that's where, and if you're wondering where that comes from, most of the time, teachers do that, right? Your parents should do that. A great source would be your parents, and then your friends, right? These are individuals who would want you to ask them questions, and then them to ask questions back. I know this kid Churn, and he's taking his like graduate exams from like his graduation exams for high school, and he described his oral. He's in Malaysia. He's describing his English dictation, like the English oral exam, and that's the exercise that they do. They have a person who's interculating, or however you say those, the person that's mediating, and they would ask a question to each of the person. They have to hit specific topics and then ask questions back, and then they would have to interact with each other and summarize things and cover topics. And this is a great way to have an opportunity when you have a streamer who can do that. That's luck, though. That's dependent. You can increase the luck by looking for. So if you're really interested in that, you can also use that too. You can form. Here's a fun little exercise to bring it all together. Ask yourself, what type of Japanese question can you use in which that will help you determine if that's the type of person that will help you with understanding questions and responses? These are things you can think about and plan for, and in a way it will increase your chance of luck of finding the environment that is very useful for you. So this is one of those sayings that I typically say: you make your own luck while waiting for luck to happen, or while waiting to get lucky, right? Anxiety sucks, and one of the culprits of anxiety is feeling like you're not in control. But one of the grandest scheme of things is when you're proactive, you can set the environment to be in control. So if you ask a question that you already know the answer to, or know some of the responses you're going to ask, that's a great starting place. And I actually encountered this a lot of times already. I would say a vast majority of people on Twitch, when they ask their first question, they already know the answer, or they kind of anticipate what the answers are. And my game that I play oftentimes is I would answer it in a way that maybe they weren't ready for, to test and give me opportunities to practice. So whenever someone asks, what's your favorite game, right? You probably see these from streamers quite a lot who stream for a very long time. Like, they'll get the same question quite a lot. Like, what's your favorite game? Right? What's your favorite game? And I do this thing where, well, the likelihood is they're kind of getting ready. So they kind of getting ready for an answer, right? And one of the two things is it's something they know or something they don't. If it's something they know, they will continue to talk about it and ask more questions, right? So then you have these guys going around everywhere asking the same questions to a streamer until it lands on here. That is taking control of the conversation. So you're looking for someone who you already know how to talk to. You're looking for that to offset some of that social anxiety. If they don't, then anxiety takes over and they leave. Because one of the easiest ways to remove your anxiety is to leave. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. End. That's gone. They're gone, and then they're going to go search for another person. That's a great way to make sure you have control and you can set the stages for yourself. Now, one of the things that happen sometimes, or maybe more often than I would like, is that when they fail, do they try again? I think after you get to a point where it feels like you never know what to say, or you keep saying nothing, eventually it's easier to avoid things over time. And then it becomes harder and harder to try again. Like, how often do you ask the same question to see if they hit something you know? So instead, I do a different thing for myself, because this is my personal interest. I usually try to tell them something that they're not prepared for. However, what they're not prepared for is it can be anything. So whenever someone asks me what's my favorite game, I say, if you want the shortest answer, give me 1 minute. It's the most recent thing I played. And they're like, wait, but so like, is it always going to be your favorite? It's like, yes. Yeah, let me explain something. And if you're allowed me to explain something, it'll make it so that you always have a response to this. The reason why I say the quickest way to say it's the most recent thing I played is because it's the thing I remember best. Emotionally. And then I asked them the question. I already explained to them why I think it's the favorite. It's enough, right? It's enough. And I asked them the question, what's your most recent favorite game? And now they don't have to feel anxious because I already told them, at least I'm trying to tell them, what is your best recent most emotional game? So the idea is you can get lucky and know what type of person you're talking to. You can also observe and listen for the things you're looking for. So we go all the way back to the beginning about journaling. Okay? If you understand your source of anxiety, and one of the source of anxiety is maybe impatient people who are impatient, or people who don't explain things to you, right? Or you bump into maybe like I make you feel less uncomfortable because I spend a heck of a long time explaining things. You can get used to it and start looking for these things, right? And then you can also, instead of avoiding them, you can tell how to control them. So how do you get someone who's impatient to slow down? And these would be a great way to help you feel like you can work on something. The idea here is to constantly find things that can address your anxiety. All the little things count. Any little thing you can think of is getting you closer to reducing that anxiety. If you can see it, you can observe it, and you can describe it, there's a chance that you can come up with something that reduces the anxiety. If it's something you're avoiding, then is there any way you can either make it occur less often or occur more often, but you can find a solution to tweak it? All of this gives you control. A feeling of control. Like if someone's impatient and you have practiced how to slow impatient people down, then doesn't that address some of the anxiety? So that's a really tough one, like trying to change the subject. Finding ways to increase your odds of environments you're comfortable with, that's also an approach. So if you ever bump into someone who makes you feel relaxed, for example, writing about why and how this person makes you feel relaxed can increase your intuition, your vibe for future people. So then you can start surrounding yourself with people who give you the opportunity to feel less anxious, give you the opportunity to talk and stuff. Because one of the big things about anxiety, in my opinion, is sometimes opportunity is in front of you, but anxiety is going to prevent you from seeing it in the first place. Right? That's a possibility. So how do you know what's a social person? Well, if your anxiety is clouding your judgment, like you're constantly worried about your own anxiety, right? It can be really tough to know that this person is cool, right? Like this person won't mind me saying whatever. Like one solution to one of the things that you stated about if you're worried about saying the wrong thing, one proactive way you can do is you can use your listening skills, right? The stuff that you observe, and observe what is a pattern of a person who wouldn't care about what if you said it right or wrong. So what are you looking for? If you're able to describe that, then you know what to look for. I don't know what that is at the moment, like what type of person that you might give you the idea, because it has to come from your perspective. It has to be your words and your learned experience. Does it look like someone that sounds like me? If it does, you can describe it. And in the future, you will know that when you're about to say something, it doesn't matter if it's wrong or right, because you've learned what type of person you're speaking to. So when you know that, it's another way to gain control of your anxiety. The moment you can identify a person, it's like, yeah, I can speak my mind with this person. That's fine. Let's just go after. These are different ways to get to the same thing. Like eventually, with enough opportunities, you will build ways to turn someone who cares, right? Someone who cares about being wrong or right, into someone who can still talk to you. This is gonna be a trust me, bro. I'll show your anxiety. When I was learning with Duolingo, the first type of people that I interact with was someone that tells me that I'm wrong and I'm learning wrong. So I spent more time. I actually, as a disclaimer, I've already prepared for that. I knew that if I started learning Japanese and Chinese using Duolingo, I would encounter this. So I have already prepared rebuttaling and how to get them to maybe see my side, or we can try to exchange something. So when someone comes up and say, dude, Duolingo is the worst thing you can ever do. It's going to make you speak Japanese poorly. You're never going to learn anything from it. It's like, well, all right, let's talk about it. And you explain that to me. Like, let's do some comparative analysis. I already prepared most of these things in advance, even before starting Duolingo. So that's kind of another way to go about it. Right? I had the chance to look at your doc, or are you just referencing the cheat? No, I had a chance to look at your doc. I think the biggest thing that is not there, like between you and me, is you write the examples and stuff. You write what is the right answer. But I do not see a log of what the wrong answer was, or the wrong thing you are doing, or the thing you're writing the notes for. I can infer most of it though. There's a lot of inferences. Like when you're writing a particular example, and then the next example, and then the next example, I can kind of say, okay, maybe it's related to the opposite of that. So when I was reading through your notes, Bree, on all the specific examples, I was trying to ask myself, what prompts you to write this note? Like, where is the common error, or where is the error that might have motivated you to do these things? So that's what I was looking at your documents for yesterday. And to tie it with, oh no, I need a refresher in the name. Hold up. Sueso? So, hold up. Hold. Oh no, it doesn't go that far up. I'm gonna call you SW. Sorry. Sway. I'm gonna call you Sway. Right? To tie with Sway things, when I was talking about yesterday about the notes, your spreadsheet having lack of that, your documents have indicators of that. I was literally talking about what I was saying today, where did you write down can I glean what is it that prompts you to write those notes? And that's pretty much the thing that I do each and every day. So when I make a mistake, I understand that kind of makes sense. You guess if you don't have control, you create it. Yes. If you can't use the grammar you learn, you create a situation where you can use it. Absolutely. If you can't bring yourself to bring out your potential, you look for someone that can take your potential out of you. Yeah. Exactly. This is general, right? This is very general, and there's no answer to it. Like the things you said, is really complicated and it's really general because the specifics are from your perspective. If it's from my perspective, it's not going to be useful. Like, if I describe what I think is a person who can talk my potential and give me the situation or how I manipulate the situation, that would be inappropriate for you because you are in a different state of mind. And I'm the closest person to you could be better. If you have a really close friend or family member who knows you really well, they might have better ideas. Like, how do you create control, for example? I have no idea what you do in your daily life and whatnot. So you know you the best, and also your close friends and family. And then they might know that you're interested in grammar and where type of grammar. And then they might also be a great place to allow you to take control. Like, for example, finding people that humor you to allow you to create, like, you can integrate all of that. If you can find someone who's interested in grammar, who happens to be your friend or family member, they fill all three requirements. So you're being greedy with it, right? It's often not A or B or C. You're trying to look for A plus B plus C. If you can't find A plus B plus C, you're on the lookout for B plus C, A plus C. You're basically aiming up, but you take and adjust any other versions you can get, right? And over time, you end up making progress towards something. And that's kind of the idea. You integrate all of it. So if you don't have a time to talk about your grammar thing, at least you're getting the other two. And eventually, you don't know if you started with C, like someone who talks to their potential, you can take control and integrate A and B. The person that takes takes the potential out of you, like weave the potential out of you, could allow you to create a situation that you can take control or talk about the grammar that you want to talk about, that type of thing. So the goal is you write out as many things as you can do and see which one sticks. And the nice thing is, the more you collect, the more experience you collect, the more ideas you'll have. And because you have so many ideas, at some point, your adaptation increases. Therefore, in my opinion, your anxiety goes down. That, to me, is what happened when eventually I became a public speaker. Not in the sense of like a politician or anything, but more like speaking in public. Like, one of the most dreaded things that I've done in recent history in my life is when I had to explain 7 years of research in front of people who have more years of research in the same things. Like, that was nerve-wracking. About friends, that is one big problem. You don't have friends. Also, you're a programmer, so you don't go out much. Yeah, that checks out. Your social space, if you have one, is the internet. By the way, sorry, you have to go. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I didn't want to assume about the programmer thing. Oh yeah, I guess you just internalize the mistakes instead of putting them into the notes. Like you were saying, you tend to write the notes examples in a way where you can kind of infer the mistakes, yeah, you made. You don't really know why you do that way, to be honest, but it does seem to work for you. That's fair. I do that too. I mean, like, at the beginning stages, like in earlier time, I do that as well. Sometimes it can be hard to remember the nature of the mistakes than knowing the right answer. So for example, like when you internalize a mistake, there's a chance that all the mistakes that are recurring gets internalized into one thing. So when you have a notes for that one mistake, all the frequency and occurrence of that same mistake becomes answered by that one thing. So you would have a tough time understanding what is the predominant mistake that you make. And that's usually when a tracker comes in, right? Like you can use a tracker, like SRS is a great example. They would track your frequency of your mistakes. When internalizing, you're not recording the truncated time that it happens. You know that one is a big mistake, but you can't necessarily remember all the instances of the overlapping mistakes. So sometimes when there's a mistake, you can't discern it from a bad habit, or an undesirable outcome habit versus that. Like for example, I will give a very wide example. Finances. Finances is a great example. You can always, you can know what the right thing to do in finances, and all the mistakes people make financially. However, the mistake is continuous. The habit can be repeated regardless if you know the solution to the habit. And that goes in line with learning, like learning behavioral stuff. Habits require a record of its frequency a lot of times, because a habit is over time. When things are internalized, they become one. The frequency is lost. Memory tends to be consolidated into a single point in time. So when you're writing only right answers, it's rare that it will help you identify why those answers are important to you in the first place. As in, like, how do you graduate beyond those answers? I'm not saying it's happening now or not. It can be not. You don't need to do this for language learning, for example. It's an alternative skill that can be applied to other things that might not work out the same as language learning. And I think finances is often one of the bigger ones. Compulsions is definitely a big one. Anxiety is really big too. Like seeing the frequency of literally the same occurrence of the anxiety is far more reassuring in the long run than seeing it occur once and then seeing it as a new thing every instance of that anxiety. It's very difficult for humans to see repeated things over time. So for me, that's why on each given day, I would reevaluate the error again. And if it's the same answer, I would still say, okay, well, this answer is still sufficient because the nature of my error I can't address the nature of my error. So like today in Hanzahiro, what was it? My heckin' computer shut down, so I kind of lost the notes, but I think it was Guai. So Guai is this character, right? And I told myself the stuff that I have is pretty close and it's still not addressing the same error that has occurred. So I'm consistently pressuring myself to redefining the error. If you record the correct answer stays the same most of the time. Like if I said, oh, I'm going to explain this to myself in the sense that Guai is earn. And then this can be used, like you can add new details to it. And it's like to turn can be linked with other form of turning, right? And those are ways to get at the answer for sure. Like the answer will still be there. This type of information stays static. how many times did this occur is tough. And if there is a difference, it can elicit new things. And this is very rare. We're talking about things that occur really often, but they're not dysfunctional. One of the things that happen very often but not dysfunctional most of the time is like not getting a lot of sleep. You know, it's okay. You oversleep 10 minutes all the time. It's not a big deal, right? It's the thing is, it's only a big deal when you're able to appreciate how often it happens. Right? How often it happens is the thing that is incredibly tough to see. And that's where habits come in. It's incredibly tough to see that if you did one small thing for 5 minutes and then think about doing it across a year, what that will lead to. It feels more like a trust me situation, like trust yourself, obviously, trust yourself situation. And that's kind of why logs are interesting compared to patches. So the difference between like a patch and a patch log is interesting too. And then the difference between patch notes and patch versions. If you continue to make mistakes related to particular, you'll either go back and forth and add to rewrite the notes or examples, or you'll highlight or bold the parts where you're continuing to get wrong. That's kind of all right. Like I understand you're probably doing that, and I think your notes do that too. Like that, your notes infer that to me. I'm adding on the idea that there's no characterization of the mistake. You're looking at how to correct the mistake, not the nature of the mistake, at least in my opinion. On around a weekly basis, you'll also have AI give you a practice question that just on those particular points. You have a sticky note widget on your laptop and you just collect your mistakes there for a week to help with recalling those mistakes when it comes to asking for practice questions. Those are all excellent things. Hopefully that works well enough. I think that should be good enough. I'm not saying like the things you're doing isn't good enough to learn French, so I want to be clear. And I know I'm trying to understand that you're telling me this because I might not glean this from your notes. I don't, so that's good to know that you're doing like it's interesting. We'll talk about the future about using AI and stuff. I haven't used AI in that capacity yet. The other stuff about collecting your mistakes and then recalling those using practice questions, that's a great idea. I haven't done that yet, but that would definitely be something I would use AI for. The thing that you're describing does not necessarily overlap with what I'm describing. You're not, like, to me, that's not describing the nature of the mistake. It's to how to correct the mistake. So you're not, like, it doesn't tell me how, like, the process that you made the mistake. Like, was it because it was next to, you know, like this, I have a French example, but like right now, I have to describe why I made the mistake. So on this, the hang up is his finger. And when I think of fingers and a mouth next to each other, what am I thinking about? I could be thinking about, so this is the affirmative, not the negation. So fingers and mouth, I immediately think of Kirby. But this is Goofy. So then why is Goofy lost? Why have I lost Goofy in all of this? Could I use what I'm thinking to get to what I'm not thinking? This is connecting my mistake, the nature of my mistake, with the solution of the problem. As opposed to thinking about, this is wrong. Here's another way to make it right. And I don't think you need to do that. Obviously, I'm sharing what I do that's maybe slightly different, or somewhat different from how you're doing it. Okay, you think you're understanding what you're saying now? I don't know if you've ever thought about mistakes like that. Like, turning a mistake into something useful is what I'm saying. Here's a good example. Like, if you like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna use your example. Like, if you like Pokemon, right? If you like Pokemon a lot, right? You can, and you buy a lot of things. I'm not saying you do, but let's just say if a Pokemon fan, right, buys a lot of things. So now you know that you buy a lot. So what's a way to, so the mistake is to buy a lot. So how can you make this act of buying a lot make you buy less? That is another way to think about it. So you turn your weaknesses, or in case your habits, like you turn your habit into something that makes the correct decision. And that is a different way of looking at it. And it's a lot easier for me when I'm using these tools, because these tools are telling me what the right thing is most of the time. So like, I don't need to work really hard on things that the tool is already doing for me. I do practice it every once in a while. Like what AI does, I do practice it to make sure that I can still do it. But usually they're not the best things. Most of the time, if the tool is doing something, like it's providing me with the right answer, I'm going to take advantage of it. So instead, I tend to be like, what else can I squeeze out? What else can I do that the tool doesn't do? So that's the basis for my streaming, right? When someone is asking me, all right, what are the pros and cons about WaniKani? I'll tell you what WaniKani does. I'll tell you what, if you ask me what it could do, and it's either yes or no, I can tell you how you can use the current thing, and also the things it doesn't do. What can you do about it to make it, to use what it provides to solve that? So when I'm doing something, I'm looking for alternatives, as opposed to looking at what isn't allowed and what is allowed. So to me, that's what makes systems work so exciting, because you get to create and change things. Things that you make a mistake all the time becomes the very thing that allows you to remember it, which is what is really fun for me. It's not fun for most people, in my opinion, or like I don't get the impression that it's fun for them. So like what the anxiety question, right? The anxiety question, now it might make sense. I'm not sure if now it explains how I approach anxiety. I learn about my anxiety, and I turn it into my favor. So if I know a lot about the source of my anxiety, then I know how to use it. I know how to use and take advantage of it and take control of it. Then my source of anxiety actually becomes my source of strength, as opposed to a thing I try to avoid. So you can get into the habit of avoiding things by telling you what the correct thing is, which works, by the way. If you have a willpower and a consistency and discipline, you can overcome hurdles with avoidance and correction, like discipline, right? The alternative is if you learn something, you can take advantage of it. Then you will ironically actually feel less anxious about it, because your anxiety, when you feel anxious, you know exactly what to do. Anxiety is not going to go away. Making mistakes, making mistakes is not going to go away in its inherent form, right? If it isn't this mistake you're going to make, it's a mistake you make with something else. So over time, you can also build up a repertoire of, oh yeah, don't worry, it'll work out. Like you ran out of, we're going on vacation and the plane ticket got canceled and we have to reschedule. And so don't worry about it. We've been here. Let's turn it into an opportunity, right? It's the difference between like person A, the plan is ruined, plan changed, right? Okay, well, how do we fix it? How do we fix the plan? As in repair it and restore the original plan, right? And then the vibe approach, which is what kids are vibing with a lot of times nowadays, is plan B guy. The plan B guy is literally the plan B guy. So, some plans changed. All right, let's go with plan B. We're ready to go. And it becomes plan C, and it's not even close to the original plan A. That is mistake adapting, like adapting to your mistake. So, all right, well, oh, that's a shame. Like, I always make this mistake. It's like, well, time to make the mistake into the reason I remember this word. So if it gets to like the weird things, like, how do I remember what Goofy is? I remember what Shrek is. For Gua, I use Kirby. I know I'm writing Q because that's how I remember Kirby, by the way. This is how I spell Kirby now. If you're like, here's a great way of turning a mistake or bad habit into a boon. This is how I spell Kirby. The right way to spell Kirby is this way. But when I see this, it's Kirby. So Kirby is going to be related to Goofy. I'm not going to tell myself it's always Goofy, or come up with new ways to remind myself what Goofy is. I simply embrace Kirby and ask myself, how do I get to Goofy from Kirby when I see this? That's one of the ways. One of the ways you can approach something. And hear me out, there's pros and cons. Here's a con, and I've said this a lot in Hansahiro, and I recognize it. When I try to type G, sometimes I type Q. So whenever I have like guo, I can often type quo, chua, which is really weird, and it can be marked as wrong. So there are trade-offs. So mistake embracing can create other mistakes in which then you try to come up with a creative way to irk that mistake into something else. The big difference, in my opinion, the big difference between these two, the difference between these two can be funny, can be interesting. It can make you feel like you're in control. So for example, the difference is you are finding the answer versus you are making the answer. So I'm looking to make a solution, creatively make a solution out of my mistake to get to the right answer. And that's a waste of time for someone who likes to find the answer. However, if you do both, sometimes things that don't have an answer become easier. like the solution to your anxiety. How self-love, why you keep repeating the same mistake when other people don't repeat the same mistake. Because when you're trying to find the answer, most of the time it's based on what other people have done already so that you can prevent it. This comes from the self. And the nice thing is, if you have both, it genuinely feels like there's nothing really stopping you. Because if there isn't an answer out there, then you're going to make the answer up. And that's when anxiety really goes away. It's one of those things like, how do I portray, like if I'm a friend, right? If someone needs my help, if I have both of these things, no matter what comes out of my mouth, I will make them feel comfortable because I exude some way of suggesting that at least we can do something, as opposed to feeling powerless. That doesn't mean I don't end up in a situation where I am powerless. When someone says they feel anxiety, even the twinge of anxiety because they have a lack of control, I'm really bad at this. I'm bad at feeling like I have a lack of control. So anxiety, it's a double edge. I get hit hard by anxiety. When you don't feel anxiety for a very long time, and then you get caught off guard and you just feel hopeless, that feels really terrible. So it works the other way. If you feel anxiety all the time, you might become numb to the anxiety and just avoid it altogether. But if you don't feel anxiety a lot because you're really confident or like you're very assured in working out things, when it happens, it feels awful too. So I keep anxiety close to my heart. Like, what I do is I challenge myself to do so. So whenever I encounter difficult situations, like talk to people that are in very difficult, like have people tell me their difficulties and whatnot, that is when I understand that I still got more to learn and more to do. You love listening to my tangents. The way your mind works fascinates you. That's fair. It's my way of encouraging other people that your mind can do so much more than you think it can. And that's what's fantastic about living and constantly trying. Like, I don't think there's a human being who would live long enough to be able to realize all the capacities of their mind. And that's why it's fun to want to constantly live and try. At least that's my romantic, naive portrayal of the human spirit. The human spirit is that it is constantly thinking that there's something more to live for. So when you're constantly making answers, you are also not confined by the answers that exist, right? But you can still use them. You can find answers and make new answers. So the difference between a leader and a problem solver is just that. Or like, not the leader, between a follower and a problem solver, right? That's just that. Sometimes you don't have to look for answers from another person. You're looking to create a new answer with the information they give you. So whenever someone says, oh, I do this, which is what you're doing right here, which gets me ecstatic, because the more you tell me about the process that you do, the errors, like how you like make mistakes, how you correct them and take notes, it only gives me more fuel for my fire if and when I can compare notes with you. Because whatever it is, I take your ideas and I'm going to put it in my own image. Like, it's going to be kind of like yours. It's going to have the essence of yours, but it's going to be the essence of our ideas, not simply someone else's idea. So when there's a way, I have a wild card. I have a trump card. I want to be able to do everything someone else successfully done, but also have something that's irreplaceably me. you're way too excited for you to start learning French now. Maybe again, if and when, like, because these tangents are possible. I like to here's a paradox, Brie. These tangents, like making these tangents, are the purpose. It's priority number one, right? Being able to talk with random strangers that have to go pee and whatnot, and then talk about the anxiety. This is number one priority. This is the top most important. Unfortunately, in order to do this, you have to put like 3 or 4 hours aside. So the weird thing is, here's the paradox. If you're excited for me to start learning French now, you wouldn't be if I did start French now. Isn't that such a weird... It's a chicken or the egg conundrum. Because the most important thing to me is to get people excited to do things. So like, you should be excited to continue learning French because one day we get to share experiences, or you get to share your experience with someone else. It doesn't even have to be me. But in order to get excited, I need to make time for the thing that's most important. And that's enthusiasm and passion. So talking about doing things should be exciting, and it should get you to do them. The thing that I see nowadays is people get excited, but they don't follow through. What does that sound like? It kind of sounds like me right now. However, I legitimately am not unhappy about it. That's the game changer. Like, the things I don't follow through, it's not because I'm unhappy about it, it's because I have too many interesting things that are more important than it. So that is the truth that I tell myself, because it is true. I would rather spend 3 to 4 hours talking about how exciting French is and share in the excitement of someone's excitement before doing the thing for my own service. Like, if I was learning French now, we would have less time to talk about how exciting French is. In fact, I would say the excitement also comes from someone being able to tell me something. I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind too. If you, I know this sounds like a trick, right? Bree, this might sound like a manipulative trick or something. When people are anxious and they don't have control and they spend like hopelessness, or they are entrapped in a bad position, sometimes when you have the humility, like someone, like for myself, for example, it also gets them excited if they have something to share with you. And that was the whole point. This is what number one is for me. On stream, it's about us, not me. Okay? So if you're excited, part of that excitement is you have something to offer to this relationship with French, right? And that is what is most important. If there's anything I want to inculcate, is I make myself available because people have to be interested in sharing what they know. And it goes back to I'm gonna use Sway from now on to refer to you. And welcome back, by the way. Someone else was in the restroom, and it so happened it was your lunchtime too. Oh, okay. What did you eat, by the way? What did you have for lunch? To me, that is how hype is, Brie. Like, I don't want hype that's centered around me. I want hype that's centered around us. If there's one thing that I don't require anymore, is an incentive to start things. My incentive is to get someone else to be interested in their own experiences. So I think a really big equation to feeling excited is that there is a part of you or the person I'm talking to that's also in it. And I think that's missing from the internet. To me, I think that's missing substantially. Where it's hard for me to know if someone's excited because someone else is doing something, or they're genuinely excited because they are also doing the thing with them. Right? If you like watching art, are you also doing art? I think that's lacking online. If you like learning Japanese and you're watching people speak Japanese, right, related to the thing we were talking about earlier, do you like speaking Japanese? Are you doing Japanese speaking as well? And this is not reciprocated on a parasocial level. Like you can't have, there's no reciprocation. So lots of listening and observing has happened, but I think the true joy and consistent joy a lot of time is when there is a element that that person who's listening and observing is also participating in it. And that would be the goal of streaming for me personally. You get the person to participate in the thing. So if someone has trouble starting a journal, I will start a journal as well, and we can do it together. That is what I mean by, if you have a lucky person who has a close friend, like if you have a close friend, a family member, if they are willing to do something with you, the rest is history. Streamers can't really do that because there are too many people. The ratio is too big. You know, they come with their own things and they have their own priorities. So I rarely ever make this guarantee to someone whose life is incredibly complicated and unpredictable from my perspective. But you don't know what it is the dish called in English, but the pork boiled with some vegetables. Pork boiled with some vegetables. What was it boiled in? Is it stock? So are we talking about like a crock pot? Like a stew? Or is it water? Like does it look like this thing? Does it come in like a... Does it come in one of these things? And then there's like potatoes in here. It's kind of viscous. It's brown. Sorry, I don't have a color thing, but you know, you have a bunch of potatoes, maybe some celery, some carrots. And then it may be served next to a bed of rice. It kind of looks like a curry, but it's more like a pork stew. Like you have your rice over here. That's what I'm thinking of. Sorry, it might not be the same thing, but that's kind of what I think about when I think of pork boiled with vegetables. It's like slow cooked. I eat after stream, so to say I don't think about food is kind of an understatement. It is not viscous, but it has cabbage, banana. Ooh, banana. Sometimes corn, but this time we didn't have one. Banana. That's so interesting. Does it have rice in it? Do you serve any like rice at all? I would love to know what that is. Banana is so interesting. You don't hear banana very often. Keep me posted. I love hearing about people's meals. Which, by the way, it's gonna sound like I'm nagging, but you can totally say this in Japanese. It doesn't have rice, but you eat it with rice. Okay. So it does some. Okay, so you can accompany it with rice. So it does form some sort of complement with rice. Interesting, and it's not viscous. That's so interesting. I'll have to think about it. Which, by the way, low key, to integrate what we said today about communication, what you just said, if you say that in Japanese, it's good. The banana is saba. I don't know if the spelling is correct though. Interesting. I'm not good with bananas. What region is that from? Saba. Let me see. What time is it right now? Oh, it's midnight local time. Is it? Are you 24 hours different from me? So maybe you're Malay, or like somewhere in the Pacific Islands, possibly Hong Kong, or like maybe Australia. I have to think of an English speaking place. You mentioned lunchtime, so I'm assuming anywhere around 24-hour difference. If you're a normie, I'm kidding. If you have like a flip schedule, then I'm out of the reference. You're not really sure if it's hours, but you're Filipino? Okay. Makes sense. Filipino. English would have been a British, like a Americanized or a British encounter colony. So a former, right? So Hong Kong, Australia, Filipino, Malay, maybe even Singaporean. Filipino. Oh, is it adobo? No, it's not adobo. I don't remember adobo having banana in it, but Filipino dish with banana. Filipino dish. I am acquainted with someone, Filipino Americans. But that's not what that is what I'm thinking, but that's not what you described though. Oh, there are some examples. Maybe. Oh man, those trotters. Sorry, I saw some a dish with pork trotters. Pork trotters are great. Adobo uses soy sauce. That's true. Embarrassingly, you're bad at both your mother tongues. Learning both English and Japanese effectively. Oh, you're a heritage speaker too. I see. This is what I call as heritage speaking, and that's true too. Like, my Fujianese is not great, and my Mandarin is. I mean, like, my parents are Chinese, and I'm 38 years old, and I started trying to learn how to read Chinese for the first time starting 2 years ago. So I was illiterate for most of my life. So technically my mother tongues are, there's an excuse for one, and then there really isn't an excuse for the other. So I totally understand. And English is my most common language. I was largely raised in an education system that speaks a single language. If not, it's Spanish. Spanish is technically the most learned language. Spanish would be the most comfortable language, actually, of all the foreign languages that is not of my mother tongue. And Japanese is not really. It's a childhood thing. So I've been listening to Japanese since I was 5. Unfortunately, listening passively like that doesn't necessarily translate to output, whatnot. So, you know, I find that very relatable. I'm second generation, so I'm not sure if you encountered lots of second generation Americans. It's kind of common in gaming and like Twitch space. If you ever find an Asian looking person who speaks English, they are likely Asian American. And the reason why I say that is native Chinese people, maybe like even 0.5 gens, they typically don't make time to play video games or content creation. They're usually running their business and being CEOs and making six figures and whatnot, or being doctors. You used to be somewhat okay in your own mother tongue, but you immersed yourself in English, yeah, when you were in grade school and high school, and this is the result. But you don't regret now that you're in college pursuing computer science? Absolutely. I was able to pursue science, right, molecular biology, because of my heavy focus on writing and speaking. So that got me very, very far, right? I actually wanted to be in computer sciences. However, you have to place the context, the historical context. 20 years ago, computer science was still like maybe, right? Like it's still in its infancy, and science was a lot more golden. Obviously, now you know that historically that's not really the case. Science is more like it's kind of still there where it used to be, and then computer science took off. So 20 years ago, it would be very difficult to know if pursuing computer science was the way. And nowadays, it's kind of the reverse problem, because computer science is becoming oversaturated. So you still have to take a little bit of a gamble. Nevertheless, though, I stick by my words when I was talking to Bree. Your decisions can't be regretful or wasteful when you are creative and in control. So you use the things you learn, and regret and anxiety goes away. In my opinion. Like, I know it sounds very reductive right now, but for me, I can tell you the wildest things about my childhood, and rarely are they ever a point of regret or a waste of time, because they're still with me today. I still use pretty much most of the things I learned. I still remember a lesson that I have when I was 4 years old. Never open a rice cooker when you're a kid, and it's like one of those old, it was a Panasonic rice cooker, and burn your entire arm because of being a potato. Basically, when I was 4 years old, it was like a rice cooker on a ledge. So like, think about a ledge, and then here's the rice cooker, right? And then you have a lid, and then imagine like maybe like a little step stool here, and a kid reaching for that. He lifts up the lid this way, and then all the steam pours out in that tiny gap and hits his arm. That's what happened when I was 4. It was my left arm. What lessons can you learn from this? Well, I can tell you now, if I'm around a little kid and I have a rice cooker, that rice cooker is going to be shoved to this wall. Now, here's one of the stopgaps about it. During this time, we lived in an apartment building that was very, very small. The kitchen, the bathtub, the living room, and all of it was still in the same spot. So the wall was probably right here, and the countertop was probably just big enough to accommodate a rice cooker. So that's one of the things I've learned when I was 4 years old. To this day, when I lift a rice cooker, I lift the lid this way and let the steam come out the other way. Right? So you always lift away from you. When you're lifting, lift away from you. So the exit is the other direction. You don't do the peeking thing. You know how kids do it? Like, imagine we're inside the cookie jar, right? And then you know how the eyeballs would be right here, and the lid would be like this way, like like it would be behind us, the lid, how they like peek up. Don't do that with rice cookers. They're gonna burn your eyes off. Yeah, hopefully this was a fun experience. Filipino, huh? It's been a while since I've talked to a Filipino. Hello. Unfortunately, I don't know how to say anything in Filipino. One of my childhood friends, my former childhood friend, was Filipino American. Yeah, you wouldn't want to stream going straight to your face. Yeah, true. Learning Japanese. That's interesting. So, may I ask, what is the most recent motivation for your Japanese? Are you caught up in the trend that is the Japanese wave online or something? What are your motivations for Japanese? The English thing I can understand, especially computer sciences. The Japanese part, that is very interesting. It could go hand in hand with the computer science thing. Yeah, I haven't been exposed to Filipino things in a while. Adobo came up because my childhood friend's mother, it was these times when my parents were very busy, and during our childhood, it's very common for kids to spend time with other kids, folks, and whatnot because of busy schedules and whatnot. And I remember having chicken adobo, and it was delicious. So when I think of slightly runny, and then it's often served with a bed of rice, and it has like a boil component to it that might be also slow cooked, I think of adobo. All right, so let's also get back in. We still got lesson day today, so yeah, feel free if you want to ask some questions, or I would love to hear what the next time, you know, maybe we won't speak for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I would love to hear what you learned when playing Repo from other Japanese streamers. So if you have no one, in my opinion, if you aren't incentivized to write something or talk about something or describe something, I would love to know about it. So consider it an incentive to be able to tell me what Japanese words you learned in Repo. In fact, you can do it right now if you want. No pressure, right? This is the safe space that I feel like I tried to cultivate. Initially, you wanted to learn Japanese so you can understand subtitles. I see. However, now you just like Japan and their culture, so you want to learn their language. Oh, okay. May I ask how long, like roughly speaking, when was this journey? Was this like most of your life? And I guess you're pursuing computer science. Is that a university thing? You said when you were in grade school and high school. So you're Filipino, right? And that is a very important question, because since you're in college, it's not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to be Filipino to be in a Filipino college. Or I'm guessing this college is in the Philippines. It could be elsewhere. So be interesting to hear about that. I have no idea what the Philippine language sounds like anymore. Oh wait, maybe I do. Sorry, I do have one instance, but it's not that great. I like the Japanese culture because it contrasts with the Chinese culture. So I guess you could kind of say the most generic way is I'm Asian, so, and I grew up in a westernized country, so there's a natural inclination to see what's around the other side of on the other side of the planet. And a connection to the Japanese culture is also aligns with the Korean, Chinese, whatever the online representation is, because it's more of a grass is greener on the other side situation, where curiosity breeds heritage. And being a product of West meets East or East meets West situation. That's probably one of the most generalizable reason why you'll probably find an Asian American interested in Japanese culture right now, because it's very accessible. It's incredibly accessible online. It has mutual relationships in most ways with the United States. Kind of ironic given historical events. Much more so than Chinese relationships. I'm sure you probably heard quite a lot about that if you're residing in the Philippines, about the relationships. And ironically, Philippines would be probably one of the most likely countries that would stay aware of the US relationships that are in the East, right? Without having to be the macro countries like China. So I imagine as a computer science major, there's got to be some sort of cross between understanding where the position of the United States, China, and Japan are on things. Not trying to bring in politics if you're uncomfortable with speaking about politics. These are things I talk about or like think about each day. Getting old, I read newspapers. Or I don't read newspaper, like literally break out the newspaper. We don't get paper news here. But going online and seeing what's happening, right? There's quite a lot of geopolitical tension. Honestly, you find college in your country slow. Okay, so you've been doing just your own thing and learn from it. That's absolutely awesome. It's proactive. It does burn you out though. Intriguing. Coding while you learn Japanese. You also need to learn how to make graphics since game dev is your new hobby. Oh, okay. Game development, that checks out. You just started programming last year, same as Japanese. Ah, so you're juggling both of them. There are Japanese integrated courses at your college in the Philippines? Or are you saying you're doing both of them voluntarily on your own, and then the college thing is just separate and it's slow? It's kind of humorous because if you're burning out while doing your own thing on the side, I think that's probably going to be true anywhere else. You seem like a very proactive person when it comes to your own personal development. Yeah, having the capacity to burn out like that, not driven by a demand, is a hot passion. That's a pretty hot passion. What I'm saying is, it'll be interesting to hear how you address your burnout as you experience it more often. It's being young. What I would have to say, in a very slightly endearing way, I find it endearing, is that it's nice to still hear younger people having such strong passions about things, because oftentimes burnout is more like unintentional, and burnout is more less their choice, but more like they had no choice. But here it seems like you're saying things are moving too slow and you want to move quicker, and that's very reassuring. Your college doesn't offer Japanese courses or uses them. It's just your thing. Okay. I see. So how are you managing right now? Do you like your overall? I imagine then you're happy with what you're doing right now. Game development. I look forward to seeing what you do on the side. I have met, over these years, I've met 6 first-time developers, or talked to them in some way, first-time developers. And actually 3 of them dealt with language learning. Japanese specifically. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you make an app or something as a starting project for your Japanese language learning. I've been down that road, not from a like personal development standpoint, but consuming someone's passion project, which to integrate the computer science nature and the hobby of game development, it trends with language learning, and then oftentimes one of the most accessible ways to practice your skills, you know, finding an application for coding, is create a language learning app for Japanese. And the idea is you practice the skills, much like communication, you practice your computer skills, and it gives you another reason to practice your Japanese skills all at the same time. So those are the things I'm talking about. If you're not journaling, make a flashcard system from scratch. You can apply your computer science know-how and then have another incentive to go and do Japanese. I would say WaniKani. I'm not sure if you're familiar with WaniKani. WaniKani on the forum, I would say a third of the people are probably people around your age. And they all did scripting to solve their particular problems, like the stuff that they want. So it's not anyone else's particular problem, it's their own particular problem. And that type of problem solving leads to very high retention in learning. You heard that once the brain matures, learning new things will be steeper? That is kind of the orthodox impression. So you want to learn as fast as possible while you're still in your 20s, so you change strategies all the time. You learn how to narrow things down and disregard unnecessary info. Interesting. May I ask, where did you get this impression that once the brain matures, learning new things will be steeper? It's not quite the narrative anymore. It used to be. Like, I would say if you travel back in time, if you travel back in time to maybe 15 or so years, probably across your childhood. During your childhood, right? Like your first 20 years. I would say the orthodox opinion is that learning, well, it's kind of hard to distinguish, but learning is one thing, and then new versus old is another thing. So learning things is not steeper. New? Maybe. Yeah, it is maybe. It is a big maybe. And I would say for those who are in their 20s, it's a yes. For most. And then learning new things for people who are in their 40s, maybe. Like me. I would consider myself around 40 now. I'm 38, but almost 40. Around their 40s, it's definitely a yes. Or like maybe even greater than 75% thing. Old things. Now this is where learning new versus old comes into a big thing. It is not steeper to learn old things. So this is where specialization comes in. So in your 20s, the answer is no. Most things are very difficult to specialize. So you spend most of your time disregarding unnecessary information. So you actually spend more of your time using effort disregarding things. So this is like avoidant behavior, feeling wasteful, because you're experimenting, you're like exploring, you have to explore to figure out what is wasteful. So most of your time is doing that. When you're older, you're faster. you're much, much faster at specializing. So you become more efficient in this way. So overall, learning doesn't it doesn't magnitudely change. The aspect of learning is different now. So your capacity to learn is relatively unchanged. There's no delta. It's negligible. Now, the ability to learn new things, that's a bit of a maybe, because the minority would not see much difference. The majority, probably yes. And then this is also true for 40s. So 40s, probably less than 50% of people would say they can learn something about their old stuff. At first, it is only something your brother mentioned. He jokingly said that if I'm too old now, you will be slow. You didn't took it that seriously, but you did use it as a reason to learn. But recently, I saw some people in their 40s struggling learning Japanese vocabulary, like I know already, even though they have been it for more than 2 years already. So, here's the difference, right? So people in their 40s are better at their native language or have more experience with their native language. They have 20 more years than you. So when they try to learn something new, they must also juggle the 20 plus years of experience that you don't have. So yes, young people may likely, without analytical skills or anything, learn new things, quote unquote, better. But young people lack other things: consistency, rounded skills. So people in their 40s, when they learn the new thing, they will specialize faster. So in the beginning, it's going to be tough. Like the first 2 years, it's slow going. But when they get it, they're going to become their speaking stage. Their later stages will be quicker. Will likely be quicker because they have skills that you don't. Like, for example, I am in my 40s. The skill that I'm not worried about is speaking and communicating, finding application, being consistent, motivation, burnout. These are things that, with the current English that I have, I've experienced with. So learning the foundations will take me longer because I have more information to negotiate. I know this to be true because instead of running away from negotiation in order to increase my ability to learn new things, I do more than one thing. And that's a skill that younger people do not have yet. Your older self will, I like to believe your older self will find this to be true in another 20 years. You're going to be able to take advantage of problems and solve problems and find that there's nothing that time can prevent you from doing. Your younger self, you're disregarding things and unnecessary information. Your older self would see that information as always useful. It's if and when you use it, as opposed to it being useless. So you're being efficient when you're young. which is a good thing, by the way. It's a natural thing. I'm gonna say this, maybe we will speak in, if I'm still alive in another 20 years. It's not guaranteed that I'll live to my 60s, but say if we meet in 20 years and you reflect, like we talk about how your 40-year-old self differ from your second 20-year-old self, I can tell you that I was exactly like you when I was 18. I thought the same way. And the worst fear that I've ever had when I was 20 was losing the opportunity to be as smart as I can be, to be as intelligent as I can be. And now I'm 40. That 20-year-old is an idiot. Like, that 20-year-old had no idea what he was ready for and wasn't ready for. But that 20-year-old is me now. So without the 20-year-old's experience, I would not be the person I am now. So despite that person being incredibly naive, all the things that I'm talking about now, I learned like 6 or 7, I keep 6 or 7 projects going, well, every single day. I think learning new things is my wheelhouse. Learning old things is up to 80%. So I usually do a skill up to 80 percentile and then I move on to a new skill. And what happens is I take that 80 percentile skill, like skill A, and when I pursue a new skill, I try to combine them. This is the adult learning. This is what adults do best. Over time, you will know the connection between things because you can even vibe everything, or you can analytically do everything. Because there's something that a young person will never beat their older self. And that's they have more experience. So the odds of you comparing to your older self in experience will never be true. If you believe you are smarter and faster when you're younger, the odds of having less experience when you're older would be a paradox. So no matter what, right now, it's great that you are placing pressure on yourself to learn as much as you can, figure out your identity, because that is the most healthiest way to eventually becoming an older person who can learn anything after a learning curve. So the competition a lot of times when it comes to learning, like language learning, is that language as a way of telling people to unlearn something. And they often tell adults to unlearn something. So adults have to spend most of their time, I would even argue like 80% of their time, trying to not use their experience. I disagree with that. That's not how adults learn, but you've probably heard this before. When an adult tries to learn a language, they are told to learn like they were a child. I disagree completely. The people that talk about immersion, for example, and vibes, that is a person's summary of an older person's perspective. And when you hear their perspective, as in you listen to what they say day in and day out, they use their experience to immerse. A younger person does not have experience yet. So they spend most of their time looking for it. And you can find lots of adults who choose to unlearn and do that because they themselves have no experience yet. And that's where I agree with you. Adults take a long time to learn a target language because they themselves still don't have any experience, but they have a lot of other experiences in which they don't leverage. or can't leverage. Like, for example, a carpenter, for example. A carpenter would likely not have overlapping experiences learning another language, right? If they are in a monolingual environment. But a carpenter, right, who already speaks Spanish and English would be able to pick up Japanese very quickly. If not even quicker than their younger self. But the thing is, the adult is dependent on negotiating their experience. So if you're gonna be very experienced in computer science one day, right, like super experienced, and then I ask you to cook something, the learning curve is gonna be longer than someone who doesn't know computer science and all the experiences that they use for cooking. You know, like if you sustained, right? If you did sustained cooking, as in like microwave and stuff, it's very difficult to overcome these experiences while learning how to cook again, or learning to cook a new method, because what happens is your experience is very important. So ultimately, whenever I'm talking to someone, I'm usually talking to people in their 20s, but they're young, vibrant. So most of the time, the only things I talk about is burnout, anxiety, inconsistency, regret, relationships, and communication. Right, communication. For me, an adult, like my 20s was like what you're going through right now. I was a kid that thought that you are only smart maybe like as up to 25 years old. So I kept striving to be very educated, and it would become me today, which are in my 40s, and I don't ever spend time needing to deal with this. And then now we're gonna put this in the scope of learning, right? Learning new things. When I learn new things, I don't have to worry about burnout, anxiety, inconsistency, regret, relationship, and communication when I'm learning a new language. So the question is, do any of these things take time away from your studies? So where you lose things as you're younger, you also gain things when you're younger. And then where you gain things when you're younger, you lose them when you're an adult, but you compensate with other things. So I don't want to make this a competition between you and your future self, or yourself and your past self, like when you're a kid. The idea is you're going to be awesome. You're going to be awesome if you continue to be awesome. And that is with control, tenacity, all the things you're working on, especially your anxiety, right? The wonderful thing that I do see about someone who's already pursuing college, having initiative to go through passionate strategies, even risking burning out, is that those life lessons, and I'm not saying do not act like an old person, like don't like do what I'm doing, etc., like that type of thing. I'm saying your future self isn't going to be too much different from maybe the smaller percentage of people who have chosen a life of scholarship, of scholarly life. It's not for everyone. Not all scholars are happy to be scholars. Not all are happy. And then there are craftsmen who are not happy, right? And I think you, in my opinion, show the signs of most of the things. If you're relating to me about a lot of the things I say, it's because I experienced them when I was in my 20s. I wasn't this person that I speak and I'm speaking to you because I didn't experience it. I was literally the same, like not literally, but I had the same perspectives. And it's actually a very common thing in Chinese, where you gotta by the age of 27 to 30, you should be a doctor by now, making 6 figures. That's not with inflation. Now with inflation, maybe it's getting close to 7 figures. USD, right? USD. And then by this time, you're not interested in learning anymore. It's like, learning what? You've already a doctor. You've already specialized, right? What do you learn next? What do you do next? You get married. And have a family. And this is where you learn the most. Learn the most as an adult. So in order to make this a little bit of a fair game, if we were comparing young to old, your young self have self. Your old self has self and everything else. Or if you're like me, I'm still with myself and I'm old, so it might seem like I sound a little bit younger because I don't have everything else. I don't have like a family, bills, a specialization, a career, all those things I'm not juggling at the moment. The one thing that you get to look forward to, in my opinion, when you get older is hopefully, and I truly believe this in what I said, the things I talk about in anxiety, journaling is a very common thing that older people pick up because they're interested in collecting their experiences. Taking notes become super fun. Making music, artwork, photos, all these things are a collection of experience, and they all take time. They take time and memories. So in order for adults to learn, they don't raw dog it. That's why mnemonics is king, in my opinion. A lot of times for adults, application is king for adults. Now, you're kind of getting older, so what happens then is it's going to become less of a vibe over time. And as you get older, you realize that you know what the applications are. There's no more guessing. There's less guessing. Less guesswork. So adults spend less time wandering around, figuring out what to remove, what to narrow down. They just know what works. And then that's what makes them not great at learning new things. But things they know they are good at, old things, much faster than their younger self. So if you give me a, I don't know, how to design an experiment. I haven't designed an experiment in 7 years, like formally. But if you're asking me, how do I solve the local concentration of the, extracellular matrix of this particular cell type, I would do it in a fraction. Like I would do it within a day because my specialized skills would take over, right? But if you ask someone to learn have them build all the foundations of scientific, despite going through school, learning the scientific method and designing the experiment, they don't have the experience. So you can learn lots of things as a kid. Or what I say, you can know a lot of things, which is what the internet generation is so good at. I swear, it shocks me each and every day. It's awe-striking. It's like incredibly humbling how much you kids, and I'm talking about you and everyone else around your age who's on the internet, how much information you have. Like, you guys like make snap judgments so quickly. Like, oh yeah, I've already seen it. Next, seen it. Next, like Googling, AIing, like all that stuff. You got so much knowledge, right? Knowledge is so fast. You know what you want, you know what you like, you know what can contribute to it. And then today, the stuff that I spoke about, right? The thing that I'm still ranting on 6 hours later is experience. It's not knowledge only. One of the greatest separators between knowledge and experience is often communication. You can know so many things and you would be uncomfortable and anxious in sharing them. Because the greatest separator in communication skills, one of the greatest separators, is experience. And anxiety is one of them too. How do you mitigate anxiety? You can't substitute with knowledge. Not really. Substitute with knowledge only. It has to come with experience. So I don't have gifts. Like I can't predict the future. But my goal most of the time is to continue to encourage younger people to seek knowledge, which I don't really have to say anymore because they are pressured every single day. If you're on the internet, you're already on a hustle to gain as much knowledge as you are. So now the thing that I have to offer is my experience with gaining knowledge, and hope that in the future they get the stimulation that they have to control that knowledge. Like I'll give you one of the great examples of how knowledge is both a wonderful and a bane. What is the bane of knowledge? Determinism. Because one of the things that lead to anxiety is, what if you're not good enough? That's anxiety. I don't know. I don't know if you really enjoy it, but this is the question I focus on. Because to me, if knowledge, right? If knowledge, the thing I absolutely loved when I was younger, if this bane becomes so great that you decide never to experience things anymore, then what is the value of knowledge if you can never gain experience? You lost the capacity for the human experience. That means that you never grow old. And I'm not talking about biological age. This is not biological age. Not biological age. I'm talking about your mind never grows old. Your mind will literally grow old, but you will never be comfortable in growing old. And what happens with that? An adult with anxiety? That's a meltdown. A young person with anxiety, still a chance. You can work with it. When you are young, anxiety happens because you are discovering yourself. So you are built biologically and all that. You're good enough. You're fit enough. You can do these things. If you do not age and become the adult that has the proper stimulation of human experience, to me, I don't think biological, for now anyways, human evolution, like the current existence of our biological state does not support an adult with chronic anxiety. It would be very difficult to function as a professional. Like, most of the things that the majority of healthy adults will encounter is basically the sacrifices or the compromises that people highlight. So if you're thinking adults are slow at learning new things, the answer is yes. Most of the time. Most of the time, yes. But they are also exceptional at dealing with things they know. And there's no contention. And one of the things that they know really well, in a healthy adult, if we're talking about like comparing your younger self with your older self, you will know yourself better. And that means all the other problems that you have as a young person. So when you were younger, all those problems, they get outweighed with the older problems, right? And all the benefits that come with it. So it's really fun to see people age now. Like, I've lived long enough to see myself go from a teenager that I see. It's a coincidence, by the way. I didn't grow up with the internet, but I say this time and time again. It's a huge coincidence. The things I describe, like thinking I might have ADHD, I'm emotionally stunted, it's because I grew up in an environment that was kind of like the internet. It's a pure coincidence, and this is the day. It brings us to today. Why do most of the stuff, or how the nature of the stuff that I talk about somehow resonates? Or I'm reading, when you said I'm reading your mind like an open book, I'm describing myself when I was younger. And because I know myself so well in my adult life, that I can see it when it's obvious in other people when they're younger. And it's a pure coincidence. Like, history could have been different. The internet could have been a different thing. It could have become something different, maybe, in like a different universe, but it didn't. It created the exact environment, in my opinion, that coincidentally created the same symptoms that I experienced when I was a kid. So I'm gonna say this as a teaser, maybe in the future. Your future self is gonna say, yo, I know how to learn as an adult. So that younger self, no competition. There's absolutely no competition. My younger self, while I was focusing on spending time learning one thing, I don't have to learn one thing. I'm learning 8 things. Like, that 20% extra time I'm putting in to get like 1% extra skill in my focal point, I distribute that 20% and learn 5 more skills better than gaining that 1%. So that's the power of being older. It's the power of having so much experience that it's not that you're doing one thing and only one thing. You've already done it. You've already spent like 40 years doing one thing. Your power is that you can do so many other things without burning out. You can be a business owner, for example. You could be president of the United States. I'm kidding, but what I mean is you can choose to be like someone who has many skills with one specialization. When you're younger, you're focused on one thing because you have to find your identity, right? So it is perfectly healthy. You felt that you're just trying whatever might work. You think one of the sources of your anxiety is that you don't know if you will succeed? Absolutely. Every single day of my life, up to the very moment that it happened, and it's still there. Like, it's not gonna go away. For example, good enough. When you get married, are you good enough? When you have a child, are you good enough? And what happens over time with experience is Despite constantly knowing that you're afraid that you will not succeed, you did succeed. So when you get older, you continue to build more and more W's. And that's why parents are so awesome. When you have awesome parents, awesome teachers, awesome mentors, the experience is what creates that. Why does it feel like your world is about to end as a teenager, but when you're around someone who's older, it just feels like things are going to work out? And then you become one of those people, right? Like in another 20 years or 30 years, you will be one of those people. And that's kind of one of the most interesting things about the human experience. At some point with that nervousness, and obviously it doesn't always work out, but usually it does. When someone strives and you're constantly nervous, I know it still involves a lot of hard work and active work. So I'm not saying this happens automatically, but the way you're thinking about things, keeping yourself anxious, putting pressure, trying to discover new ways to put down your anxiety and mitigate your anxiety, that is the path to becoming an old person who basically, I'm gonna throw a wrench in this. The reason why old people are bad at learning new things is because they don't care anymore. They don't care as much as all the other things that they've already invested their life into. So while the younger person is still looking for the thing that they care so much about, so that other things are not important anymore. So if you want to put it in a psychological way, or maybe even a philosophical way, old people are not very good at learning new things because they're just not as important as all the things that they've already learned so far. And a younger person would most definitely learn on average something new better because they don't actually have an old thing yet. You haven't even you haven't solidified it yet. The quicker you do, the quicker you'll find a rationalization of, oh yeah, you're right, I'm terrible at learning a language. Thankfully, I'm an incredibly skilled carpenter. Right? For me, I'll give you my little my humble brag, I suppose. Communication. Whenever someone says like, oh, so what are you gonna say if you have broken Japanese? And my first thought is, I don't know, I'm gonna use the broken Japanese. Like, what else do you want me to say? Like, but what if that person doesn't understand you? Well, I guess I'll draw a picture. Like, but what if they don't understand the picture? I guess I'll ask them if they speak English. Like, but if you're not going to use your Japanese, how would you learn? Well, I can ask the Japanese person to teach me in English. This is what experience is. This is what experience sounds like. Like, for every question a new person doesn't have experience for, an experienced person will have an idea of how to solve the problem. You will become this, in my opinion. You will be well educated, well experienced, and most things would be like, oh yeah, that's a problem, let's go solve it. And that's how you can become a great parent, and you can become a great grandfather, or grandparent, right? Because the idea is wisdom is irreplaceable in human life. Because we don't live forever, right? Well, at least for now, we don't live forever. Human life comes with irreplaceable experience. There's nothing that time can be substituted for. You can try. I mean, you can definitely try. Anxiety doesn't go away until you have enough experience, in my opinion. Let's see. So if you learn something, since you narrowed it down, it could escape from your grasp quickly. So by associating the new thing with the other things you learned, you can keep on holding, yes, until they are stuck with you. Then you get older and you do not know how this will change. I'm gonna tell you, it doesn't change. It's actually the strongest. It's the thing you discover, and it's the strongest thing. Like, To me, like, maybe you'll prove me differently. Like, we'll talk 10 years down the line or something. The thing that you're doing now, when you're quickly looking for something, right? A through Z, and you're finding like G, P, and H. And then you're trying to tie them together as quickly as possible so that they become old and reused over and over again, because they will be for memory for a lifetime, right? That thing is because you're growing older. The moment someone does this, that to me is one of the stages from adulthood. That is an adulthood stage. A mental adulthood stage. So the moment you have solidified your identity and then use that as a way to branch everything else, so now you have a dominant approach in everything. And this stuff is unforgettable. You have officially become an adult. And that's how adult thinkers, in my opinion, do most things. So when an adult goes around and say, I can't learn a new language, you have encapsulated the feeling of an adult. So if an adult says that they don't like language, like they don't like learning a new language, they haven't invested in learning a new language, then they can be more accurate in saying, nah, I can't learn a new language. And that's where younger people and older people have contention, because largely the one thing that separates them is experience. It's very difficult to subjectively communicate that. It's one would argue it's empathetically impossible to do so, because there's no experience and then there's experience. So whenever my parents tell me, oh yeah, they can't learn a new language, you can get them to try if you want, but it's not like their experience is going to tell them any different. And the more experience they have, the less and less likely it's going to happen. Do I learn language slowly? I don't know. I actually don't. So here's one thing about getting old as well. Your identity becomes so powerful if you are successful, I suppose. If you have privilege, your identity becomes so powerful, you don't actually even care about other people in that way. You care about their being. You care about their individuality. You care about community. It's rarely about competition anymore. Who are you going to compete with? You already have your identity. It's not like you're going to have to compete with anyone. Like for me, someone comes by, it's like, oh yeah, it only took me one year to learn 3,000 kanji. It's like, awesome. Tell me about it. Share your story with me. And the kid's like, well, I just use this new trendy method to do so. It's like, okay, explain that to me. Like, no, I don't have time for that. I need to go and become fluent in Japanese. Like, good on you. Good on you, kid. And maybe when you become 30 or 40, you'll share your story with the young people who will also probably not care about you and be caught up in the hustle as well. But as long as you're there, you can provide perspective. And my perspective is, it's the journey that counts, not the destination. And that's part of getting older. Because eventually you're gonna become an adult mentally where you favor experience over knowledge. Largely because it addresses a lot of other things that you don't want to be young about. What is the thing about being young? Anxious. Hustle. Nervousness. I know nervous and anxious are two different are similar, but they are actually two different things for me. Constant worry, man. Constant worry. That type of thing, it comes with experience. And it's also very useful. So when I was younger, I turned anxiety, which is the things I'm saying are not the things I only did when I'm this age. When I was talking about journaling, I started journaling when I was 20. That started with lab notebooks, by the way. So when I got into college, I had to start to keep lab notebooks, right? And lab notebooks turn into journaling. Then I started like collecting, you know, finding other ways to record legacy. Then I did self-evaluations, which you pretty much look like you're going to do that anyways. Notes, right? Note-taking takes on a whole new dimension. In fact, it took me till I got to college to actually know that my own words are valuable. This might hit hard a bit because imposter syndrome stays with you for pretty much the rest of your life. If you're seeking knowledge, if you're constantly seeking knowledge, imposter syndrome will stick with you forever. How you manage it and use it changes as you grow older. Here's my specific example of how I knew my words are valuable now is because I paraphrase things. I rarely ever desire to sound like someone else. I admire people though. Don't get me wrong. I do admire people, much like when I was younger. But it's in admiration that they are my colleagues. I don't want to be like them. So the moment you transition into adulthood, oftentimes is like, I can do it. You know, at least enough to keep imposter syndrome at bay. I can do it. Because as you grow older, you are less and less replaceable. And how do you make a rational argument that you are less and less replaceable? With each passing day, you have more and more experience. That reduces the probabilistic odds that you are replaceable. When you are 1, let's just say there's a lot of 1-year-olds that might serendipitously have similar experiences, right? But when you're 40, compared to your 20-year-old self, the odds go exponentially lower. And that also accrues and reflected in your accumulated experience. So I want, if I like to end this like really on an upbeat, or someone who is my age, the thing that I want to give, at least openly all the time, is that keep doing that. Keep exploring. Run at anxiety, because that will go away when you do that. And it sucks because you have to start somewhere, and not everyone starts at the same place. Anxiety goes away because experience is an adult's champion secret sauce. Anxiety goes away because you have experience with it. And experience, whether you're analytical like me, like you don't have to be like a psych major. I wasn't a psych major. Or like a neurobio. I wasn't in neurobiology, by the way. Or philosophy. I was also not a philosophy major. These things, they also come with experience. And collectively, the more you do, the less and less nervous and anxious you get. Communication, 100%. You're gonna get stabbed. You're gonna get backstabbed. That came out a little bit weird. You can get backstabbed. You're gonna feel betrayal. You're gonna lose friends. You're gonna gain friends. You're gonna have disagreements. There are gonna be bumpy roads along the way. all of them will solidify your adult thinking. And your adult thinking comes with solidarity, right? And to end on the note, the reason why I mention all these things is these things are things that aren't held constant right now. I actually think why I want to tell you what I did in my 20s is because the people that I talk to are typically in my 20s. And if they want to understand me now in my 40s, then I gotta talk to them like they're in their 20s. The good news is my 20s was very similar to your 20s, which is you now. So the neat thing is I can still sound like I understand you, but I'm not you anymore. I was you. And if you like that I'm held together, or whatever my profession is now and whatever I'm doing now, how I feel about my life, lacking anxiety and stuff, I can channel the stuff that I kept close to my heart, right? Like the things that I practice for 20 years now, and I can share them. And that is the goal. That is the goal. So I play video games. I play video games like a 40-year-old. In order to share my experiences of how I got here, right? And that's kind of the vision. So one day, that anxiety that you feel is also an anxiety that is going to be your asset. The stuff, the nervousness that you're experiencing is something that you overcome. You are in the beginning stages, and we can share those things, or I can share those experiences. Obviously not when I'm doing this. So whenever I'm studying, I'm actually doing things that I'm thinking like an adult. So all the way I learn language is, in my opinion, not the way that 20-year-olds learn language. So whenever I'm talking to like Bree, that might be a little different. When I'm ever talking about you, I don't tell you what I'm literally doing unless you're interested. It's up to you. But what I do is nowhere near that. I actually take all the strategies that I already have. So I have about, let's just say if your strategy pool is 20 years of strategy pools, right? If you're bouncing from strategy to strategy to narrow down, so you probably have like a 1 to 3 strategy at any given time. Right now, the one thing I can do is I can introduce you to like 15-ish strategies. And I do all of them at once. And that's what me and Bree was talking about. I do most of them all at once. Bree is introducing me stuff that I thought that's really neat. And, we were talking about AI and stuff because these are new tools. So we're collecting more strategies. And that's... can you share this new side strategy you started recently? Okay, yeah, sure. Sure, Sway. Like, what are you doing right now? I'm a strategy collector. I'm definitely looking for new things to try in the future. When you learn new vocabulary, you put them in a folder and name that folder. Okay, when you learn a new vocabulary, okay, they got new vocabulary, your inputs, okay, new vocabulary. Then you put it in a folder. You name that folder, okay. The person you learned it from, very nice. Oh, that's clever. The reason you do this is when you learn too much from one place, it gets too saturated. It's hard to keep track on things in a big pile. That's excellent. So instead you're making a huge pile, you will make smaller ones as to go through them easily and remember what you learn. Yeah, absolutely. And one day, you're creating a mind palace. I did this before too. So you're already sorting notes. This is also another form of journaling. That's excellent. Yeah, so you're creating like a hierarchical organization. Yeah. Right now I do this in my head for specific things, and then I journal other things. So for example, my Discord, it has an anime, or no, it has a TV show thing. Then it has a movie section. It has a music section. And it has a running section. I guess being a programming influence, absolutely. This is, you know what? I don't know if there's a thing for Filipinos, but this is process-oriented learning. This is process-oriented stuff. You've created a process-oriented way of sorting your literal journaling, and that's what I do too. Because you don't organize your code, headaches come after it. Absolutely, it's process-oriented. You have to have organization in your code, right? I do that all the time. Now, you can do this mentally too, all the time. So if you're worried about anxiety, so you're already into process-oriented anxiety, right? Like what I mean is, sorry, I skipped over something. You're already into process-oriented sorting in your thinking. So you can do that with anxiety, right? First, you sort it into triggers. Then you look at effects, right? What is the following effect? Then you sort at actions, like responses. And obviously you can put a fail-safe here in case like a null condition happens, right? There's no response. So if there's a null response, you can break it up into ways of finding research, right? How you're going to research the tools. And then you go back and do a null check on this. So anxiety can be compartmentalized or organized in this way so that it doesn't feel like you're processing the whole thing. Oftentimes, anxiety looks like a gigantic file that's unsorted. You can choose to sort out your anxiety. There are properties that you can constantly subdivide. If this is not enough resolution, you separate the trigger into maybe how and when. And then if that's not enough resolution, you can split when into time of day. Right? And I don't, maybe like time of year. Right? So you can subdivide your routines and create classes. Sorry, I'm gonna start talking in programming terms instead, like for Python. So these could be your class. Your class right now is your anxiety, right? Your class. And then you can make different objects. And then you can define parameters for them. And you can work on these because each object is modular. So you can work on independent things as they come up. You don't have to work on everything. And if you're not working on everything at the same time, this doesn't feel like an overwhelming, unassorted, big problem. It just kind of feels like a bunch of small problems. Manageable small problems. This type of thinking does also come from not being computer science. The internet does this. So in the internet hustle culture, like the way internet is organized and information is organized, it's highly objectified and tracked. So being able to sort all of that data and using the data, right? Because you're getting a lot of input on this. But the input is coming up as an unsorted mess. So in order to make sense of the unsorted mess, right, the data you collect, whether you want it or not, your anxiety is going to give you a bunch of input. Without being able to sort it, you're not using any of it. the first, what is the first thing you can use with the data? You can describe it. When you describe it, you can sort them. And the moment you can sort them, you can address them or characterize them. And then you can manipulate them after. So understanding yourself, this is probably what I would use. I'm not a therapist, by the way. This is not professional. I hope you understand that if you're really struggling with like depression or anxiety, definitely seek a professional who knows more of your professional history. However, if I, say theoretically, was using an analogy or metaphor for psychology, right, like therapy, for someone who might be dysfunctional, like this, if anxiety is making you dysfunctional, the act of someone else trying to help in therapy is to identify these things. And it's more so to get the person to organize and express it to the therapist. So your goal is to ask questions and then have them identify and organize this jumbled mess of what is called anxiety. Separate them from their triggers, effects, and response so it becomes less overwhelming. And then you can find time to characterize the problems. And over time, the solutions present themselves in the way of experience. And the therapist, in my opinion, is the vehicle and enabler to get the person to move into environments in which they can encounter these experiences. So it goes back to that, like the trigger, the three things. If you don't have control over something, you want to gain control of it. So characterizing it, sorting it, which is what you already do with other things, right? Information. And if that doesn't work, you can find an environment that has that characterization, so then you can characterize an environment that you want to be in, and then find that, or someone who has a potential that creates that environment for you, or you can create the environment, which is the second part. When you create the environment yourself, you can also seek the environment itself. So there are often your three approaches, right? And they do have a rate limiting step, and that's the characterization. Characterization is the rate limiting step, right? When you're going in, your input has to be characterized. Otherwise, it's very difficult to know what to manipulate. What the environment is, like, how do you know where the trigger is and whatnot? And then what are the opportunities, right? And this is repackaging what I said like the last 5 hours. There's really not the biggest difference. This is an analog. I'm basically using an analog, using more of a computer speak, like a objective compartmentalization speak for how to create a workflow, right? Like a workflow for a systematic way of thinking about how to alleviate some of your anxiety, or trying to find a habit forming foundation for other things that isn't your interest, right? Here's a word of caution, I suppose. One part of growing old, when you're young and you're growing old, is that the constant things in your life they appreciate in value. That also means that they appreciate in impact as you get older. The longer you live, the more the constant things. I know this sounds like a logical concern. It's when it's cherry picked. So yes, the longer you are in computer science, obviously the value goes up and the impact goes up. But that is true for anxiety too. Over time, anxiety's value goes up. Therefore, its impact goes up. So if anxiety has a higher value, then the impact will be seen as a higher negative impact. The negativity goes up. It builds over time. Things that take place in your life, like eating. The value of eating goes up as you get older. And its impact goes up as you get older. Most of the constant life things, like sleep, the value goes up, right? And the impact goes up. So if these things get neglected, their value increases. And that impact is associated with whether it's negative or positive. And that is one thing that I like to point out as a starting point as a young person, right? When you get ahead of these things or you manage these things, man, superstars. I tell you, I am, if I want to give you my rating on stuff, it's like out of 10, like 10 is a superstar, right? And 1 is struggling. My sleep, I probably give my sleep like a 6. My eating is like a 4. I'm actually dependent on someone. So my father is very generous and he likes doing that. So technically my actual skills are pretty terrifyingly poor. Like I don't practice it very often. So my nutrition and all that stuff is very good because my father also has to eat in a manner that is very nutritious and he enjoys doing that. So my eating skills are horrendous. It's below average, 5 being average. My sleep is above average. It's not stellar though. It's not stellar. And my anxiety, that's where I shine. My anxiety is like at a 9. Like anxiety is so temporary for myself. And then there's, you know, what is another constant one? Speaking is a constant for me. Speaking, I'm not gonna be humble about this. It's a 10. Like I can talk until my voice gives out. In fact, I would dock my voice, my speaking, to a 9 because my voice sucks. As in, I can't talk forever. Like there are people who feel like they can talk for hours, like days, and they don't feel like they're about to lose their voice. My voice, biologically, I don't have a hearty voice. There are other things that are even more fixated, like reading. My reading skills, yikes! It's kind of like the 3. Like I have a 3 for reading skills. I mean, partially also my vision is not the grandest. So this is a way to compartmentalize some of your skill stuff too. Like we can speak all day. Whenever I meet a new stranger, if you stay for 10 minutes, I can probably get you to stay until you have to leave, whenever that is. And that's what I invested. I invested that as an adult. It's not gonna sell books and stuff. I don't like using speaking ability to like sell things, so I'm not a salesman. I didn't end up chasing after being a businessman or CEO. However, I can do other things with speaking, right? Eating, yo, I give a grain of salt for most people when people ask me about eating. Sleeping, there are some things I can pass on, but that's not great. Now, here's one area that I am old, like I'm 80 years old at this point. Competition. Competition is like a 1. And you can see this as a bad or good thing, but the thing is, participating in competition is nearly non-existent for me. I don't participate in competition anymore. 30s and 40s, there's still some competition, like how big your family is, how good your kids are doing. I don't have kids of my own yet, anyways. But those are social pressures that would be existing right now. So getting married at 30, having children before you're 40 is a really common path for an Asian American. Maybe slightly earlier than that. And there is some social pressure for that. But competition is non-existent. So if someone comes up to me and say, how do I deal with competitive anxiety? Like, how do I deal with being not good enough? You probably notice how I kind of skipped over the not good enough part, because it's very difficult for me since I don't pay attention to that anymore. I don't even keep it close to me. I don't know what competition is. When someone says I suck at this game, I'm like, compared to what? You have to inform me what it is, because I don't pay attention to these things anymore. So that's being realistic, being able to know what you do well and what you don't do well. I'm terrible for competition. So if someone asks me, hey, coach me to compete for this scholarship, I would say, let me help you by putting you in contact with someone that I know is good with competition, or at least I trust is good, because I don't really see competition anymore. So one great thing about adults is usually functional adults have a large network. They would eventually have a network, and that network is eventually built on trust. It's not built on collective experience. Or what I mean is not built on shared expertise. That is not a stable network. If your network is you're a businessman and all your friends and family are also businessmen, all of you have a conflict of interest. That is not a support system. Support system is a complementary of foundations. So if you're not very good at insurance, there was a time when you grew up with someone who decided you knew that you can trust them because they went off to be an insurance person. So your network is as strong as the collective shared expertise. So for me, I spend most of my time networking when I'm older, because I no longer learn new things in the way the kids do anymore. Like, I can't simply turn around and say, yeah, man, maybe I should go and be a psychological therapist. No, I defer you to a therapist. At least something that I trust is true and offsets my investment. So if you're talking about communication and speaking skills, sit tight. I got you. If you're going to come at me and tell me how to create a crash course diet for fitness, I'm like, grain of salt. Here's a grain of salt. Don't eat too much salt from me. That would be my general idea. And these things are more trustworthy the older a person gets. It's less trustworthy the younger the person gets. And I'm not talking about comparing people. If you were to, if I was in my 20s and I said the same thing, I am more likely to be less trustworthy and accurate than I am now. That is what makes adults amazing, because you are far more sure of yourself because you have more experience. Comparing people is a little tougher, right? That's what most people do. They compare apples and oranges. Like, oh yeah, this guy in their 30s, he was a billionaire. And then this guy is in his 20s and he's only a millionaire. There's no way that 20-year-old millionaire has anything to offer that's trustworthy more than the 30-year-old. That is apples and oranges. That gets a little complicated. The thing I'm talking about is comparing the older person with the younger version of themselves. That is nearly a constant. The older person is most of the time statistically more reliable and more accurate because they've lived longer enough with themselves. So in the future, 10 years down the line, when I'm 50, these scores might change. Oh, a little bit, but they start changing less and less. because you're an adult and you get older and you're kind of stuck. You already have so much value and interest in your time. You can't make time for anything else. Like, am I going to improve my eating dramatically? Probably not, but I could pick it up. Competition? Man, oof, competition, that's been on the decline since I was 30. Like, the moment I hit 30, the competition, like the ability, I mean, when I was 18, I think, when I was 18, I would have rated myself a 7 in competition. The moment I hit grad school, which was 20, we're gonna say roughly 25. Not 25, like 26? Oh, it was 25 actually. My competition was, when I got into grad school, it tanked to like a 4. And this was one of the reasons why my PhD took a really long time. It took longer than the average. Because, like, the average, you're comparing yourself with other people. So I had a below average drive to want to beat the average, so it took longer. I started valuing other things, like speaking. Speaking is one of the things that I think I was above average. Giving presentations, like teaching, that's where some of my time went. That took away my graduation time. I was far more concerned with things that didn't help me with graduating. And it's things that people don't value that much. Like, at least my colleagues don't enjoy doing this as much as I do, right? So priorities changed, right? Pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to what your portfolio looks like. That's really clever though. I like what you described about learning new vocabulary and then taking a photo and putting a name on it. I'm not sure how much you do Mind Palace stuff, but that's how I sort people's information. Like, you are filed under Sui, which I'm saying Sui, or hear me out. I'm filing already. I'm trying to say Shui. I know that's not how you're going about your name, but you told me how to pronounce the name. I kind of forgot, but I kind of remember the first syllable, so we're just gonna go with Shui. And it sounds like Shui. And what is Shui? Shui is water. Water flows and adapts to its shape. Because it reminds me that you're a viber. This is filing. This is what Mind Palace is. So in order for me to remember details about you, I connect them in a manner that is connected to my own experience. So you probably can appreciate that water is a fluid that adapts to its shape. So you kind of just flow with the experiences, right? So shui, I was trying to say shui. This is Chinese. This is Mandarin for water. Actually, I have these mnemonics. I have these mnemonic associations with pretty much most people's names. What are we talking about now? We're talking about how Brie, you're basically cheese. We're talking about mental filing systems. Brie is cheese, by the way. I mean, I'm not sure how cheesy she is, but, you know, cheese. all right, we got to get back to our lessons. But it was a good time. I hope that alleviates some anxiety. Shay, talking about these things can alleviate anxiety no matter how old you are. Like, no matter what age you are now, biologically or mentally, when you are, the wonders of the brain is that if you're able to exchange information, express information, you create ownership of that information. And that information no longer is just knowledge, it's wisdom. And wisdom addresses so much of anxiety. It gives you experience with words. And that's kind of, some people say words are cheap and they're easy to come by. Yes, and you should use it. How can you make cheap, if words come cheap, you should change them and invest in them to make them more valuable. That is my like, I'm using something that Bree and I kind of discussed. If you think something is bad, well, I'll turn it into gold. So if you think constantly relying on words is your crutch, then understand the nature of that crutch and turn it into something even more valuable than it is. So if you're having problems, yes, but I'm not brie cheese. If anything, I'm a good Parmesan or Koichi. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what I was thinking? I was filing you under breezy. You know? Like a pleasant breeze. Breezy. Someone more lighter in spirit, despite their heavier situation. So breezy. There are a lot of heavy things you might not be able to move, but you're light in spirit. I know it sounds a little sappy. I get sat. I can do this all day. Writing like poetry is really good for the soul. I'm just saying. So metaphors and similes, they're quite useful. May I ask, how did I learn kanji, or did you think? Or how do I think when memorizing these symbols, which are made of other smaller symbols, like not all radicals in a kanji are identifiable? How would you associate something unknown? That's a good question. It's kind of a chicken or the egg question. For this, WaniKani was my first, so technically it's Duolingo. So last year when I started with Duolingo, right? The only connection I had was each character. So each character was given a sound. Oh, wait, actually. Let's do like Spark Notes. Very, very fast Spark Notes. I started with Duolingo. And then we learned kana. Right? Kana. This include hiragana and katakana, right? So those were rote memory. We rote memory it. And rote memory was okay because with every new character that was introduced in Duolingo, right? They used Romaji and hiragana. Hiragana and katakana. Actually, they didn't distinguish. Whatever vocabulary word suits them. So they actually used vocabulary words. They didn't actually teach characters. So they used vocabulary words. And each vocabulary word is composed of character or characters. Typically they stick to a character, a singular character. So in the encoding process, rote memory was fine because hiragana and katakana occurs numerously. So you expose yourself to kana, and then no matter what you look at vocabulary, there will be kana on top. So this would be often represented in Duolingo as it would have furigana, right? Furigana, which is kaku or kaku. So this would be on top. So after you expose yourself to kana, no matter what, you're going to see it. So that means I only used rote memory. Rote memory, I saw it once. Now we're gonna get exposure to it no matter what. Romaji was also available as a display option, but we kind of skipped over Romaji after a while because it involves typing. So you can type in Romaji. So Romaji is already going to be emphasized in typing. So then I didn't spend any time on Romaji either. So this is what is there for a while. And then after the kana, so maybe I'm going to say 20 days. 20 days or so, we removed furigana. And now what happens is the sound ended up carrying the kana. Now, that also means my kana gets rusty. Writing kana and visualizing them gets a little rusty. So I write. You stop using Romaji because you keep on reading it with English pronunciation accent. Oh, interesting. So, if I wrote like memory, which is an English word, do you not see memory? Memory? Yeah, memory. So this stuff deals with sound and like going in the other direction. So would you always say memory when you see this instead of being able to say memory? That's an interesting thing. I haven't actually considered that. Usually most people say it doesn't help them remember the kana. So like it doesn't get them to remember its ka, like kaku. So if they saw kaku, it doesn't help them know this. Like sushi, maybe? This one. Sushi? That would be an example that I could probably think. And you would say sushi instead. Sushi, and you can't... Whenever you read this, you wouldn't immediately think of sushi. Like this way. Maybe I'm thinking of like Japanese words, but they're commonly written in English. Takoyaki? Maybe coffee. Coffee looks really... No, I don't even know how you write it in Romaji. I guess you would write K-O-O and then H-O-O? No, H-E-E? Well, anyways, I will continue while you're finding an example. So, after this, kana is associated with sound, and then I write all my notes. So in Duolingo, at the end of the beginning of a session and end of a session, I write my characters out, and I still do to this day, but in a different capacity. So I try to keep up with some of the early encoding, and the characters then get tied to vocabulary words. So they get tied translationally in Duolingo. They become translational and by sound only. So sound, which then leads to kana. Let's say, okay, kite. Yeah, sure, kite. If I write it in Romaji, you write kite. Oh, yeah. I see. I see. Wow, that's a good example. I'm not entirely sure if that's gonna go away. That's a... but yeah, I see what you mean. If you keep on Romaji, I'm not sure if others have that issue. That's a really unique one. Because one of the rules, the thing about Romaji is they're segregated really, really well. Because of the English language phonetics. So like this, for most people, when they say, "Oh, this is Japanese," like Romaji, it will be surrounded by other like this thing, and they are really segregated, very stridently. So I will have to ask. I'm gonna ask other people. I'm actually very curious. I get you now. I understand. So neither of us is using Romaji. So I do have to tell you that when you go back after learning kana and kanji, it doesn't stay the same anymore. You get to choose what to do. So like this, for example. Since we don't have bo, right? This is probably just gonna be bo. So vocabulary, right? Vocabulary. Despite it not being a Japanese word, you would just get approximate sounds after a while, at least in my opinion. It's to the point where you kind of just you can read English where it's like duo, right? Duolingo, right? Even if it's not the actual katakana loan word, you can still do the duo, right? Duolingo. You can still break up the words over time, going backwards. So I don't think Romaji is really that necessary as a step, and I agree with most people. If you don't require it and you feel like you can go straight to it, it's straight over it, it's fine. Largely because kana occurs so frequently. So because of Duolingo, translation got attached to the characters. And then the sound by transitive, and then the kana from the sound. And that's what I did for the first year. So, whoops. The first year. So all those characters only can only be seen as singular units. So this, if we take this character, my first year, this character is one thing composed of whatever I can see. So I do draw. So as a, like, for example, I do draw as a hobby. And most people can appreciate that there are several things that they can highlight. Like this is a very prominent structure that you can see. And this is a very prominent structure. So when I was learning in Duolingo, what Duolingo does is they associate meaning. So that's a default. They associate sound. And then they associate shape. So the third one is when you learn something like this, and then you do an exercise, like a matching exercise or something, they will include other things over time. So you would need to learn how to differentiate between these two, or these three, or these four. Which one am I missing? I actually don't know that one. This one actually. Right. So Duolingo does this thing where in order to trick you, their word banks would be filled with similar shapes, similar sounds, and similar meanings. And then the lessons they give you is when the meaning matches a theme. So regardless, you're going to get a mix of katakana words, like English loan words, quite a lot in the beginning, actually. And then you're going to have to use your hiragana to match to the sound of this. And then all the cumulative word characters that you have to appreciate radicals by retroactively. You have to appreciate that this is probably one of the radicals and this is probably one of the radicals, because these things down here changes, right? There's an absence of that. So then you start getting an idea of all the pieces of the character. And that's where Duolingo ends, by the way. That's the next year, which is this year. We use the WaniKani. And WaniKani uses the kind of like well-known Hazix approach or adaptation of a Hazix approach. And what they do is they teach radicals. So they start with these things. So this character, right? This character is composed of this, and this. But these two then come together as something that's frequently this. So then these things all have associations. And then you get this character based on the association of two radicals. So now you're building up. So what you do is you end up doing a bottom-up approach, where the bottom is the radical and the top is the vocab. But right in the middle is the focus, which is the kanji. Duolingo does a bottom-down approach, or top to bottom, I guess, top down approach, where the pyramid is actually still the same. Where they take the vocab word and then start asking you to do the differentiation. But you only go as far as the answer that you're looking for. So you never actually go way to the bottom. You don't have to. As long as you get the right answer, you go as deep as you need. The problem with some kanji is that some kanji morph into other radicals even though they are not related. Like sakana, the radical has nothing to do with fish, but it has fire as a radical. Kanji evolves, the radical used to be relevant to its meaning, but it's no. Yeah, that's kind of true, but now you're talking about the metagame, right? So this is when the metagame happens. I can tell you, so I talked about this at my 300 day WaniKani stuff. So this is when metagame comes in. So if you know that the quality of your nature, like for example, sakana, right? Sakana, you're saying like this fire that you learned as fire. I know this as burner. I also know this as actually I don't use the other thing anymore. What is the alternative? I think WaniKani uses something else, but I've relegated it to burner. So it's both fire and burner. And this is where your workflow happens. So your workflow has a point of confusion. You create a if-then statement. And usually that's what I do. I do an if-then statement. So both have to be true to move to the next step. So in this case, I add more conditions to it. Just enough for me to resolve it. So this radical is fire. Well, it's never been fire. It's been burner. Overdone. I'm trying to think of other... Sutton. So all of these, they morph. They morph with the radicals. So my radicals aren't static. What you learned was sakana was originally a drawing of a fish, but as it gets modernized, they use radicals that are available to make it somewhat similar to its original form. That's what you learned from somewhere at least. Yeah, so that's the info, right? You've collected info. It hasn't morphed into your understanding yet. Oh, this is a good example of what me and Bree were talking about. So that info can be helpful. So do you know how it's helpful to you? Does it help you remember? Because if it doesn't, I actually don't see how that's helpful to me at the moment. But I could make it be helpful. So one could say like, let's see, but as it gets modernized, they use radicals that are available to make it somewhat similar to the original form. What is learned from someone else? How can I use that to know? I'm gonna... This isn't going to make sense for you, but I'll illustrate. So, if this is your exception, I would develop a rule for its exception. Only if it is frequent. So the information you gave me could be how I developed the rule for its exception. So the info you gave me. And I would take that information and attach it to the exception. So I unfortunately, I don't know when this comes up more often. Do you have another example of when this mnemonic doesn't help you? Or like this radical doesn't help you? Can, like, maybe... like this one? I don't actually know what characters you know, but like this one. Is this also an exception? Because these two would be kind of similar. In the way that it's deceptive, like it's not related to the fire radical, you know, in a way. Well, actually, this could be more related to the fire radical. Let me think of what other ones. Maybe this one too. You don't really know? You're not really sure when it comes up to these type of kanji? Okay. Like this one, for example. This one has very little to do with fire. This is the kanji for black. Or you could make it about black. So, this is what WaniKani does, by the way. Or they teach mnemonics. I'm not sure if you're into mnemonics at all, or you have your own mind palace way of sorting mnemonics. It's not really about what the info is. For example, the nature of the info is about how you can use it to relate all of them. So that's where mnemonic building is. Now, while these three characters, like this is nature actually. In Japanese, I think. Fish. And this is black, by the way. So if this is what you constitute as fire, then the tether you have is fire. So what do you do? What can you do with fire? You can cook fish. What can you do to nature? Well, fire is part of nature. Fire is a nature's boon. And then what's black? Things that are burned by fire. So that's how you unite them. So it's not that you're trying to explain it with an info that makes it different. You unite them. And that's what, for the record, this is one strategy. This is one strategy. This is a common strategy as well. What they do is they take the radical and they make a story out of it. And the story always explains based on the predefined information. So when you decide to settle on this, meaning kiss, you keep the kiss consistent. And you use your mnemonic, your ability, your experience to create something that preserves kiss. And that's one way to remember these characters. It gets a little complicated because now you also can do other things, like what happens when you have a problem, right? Like, for example, this is considered saloon doors to someone. This could be doors to someone. This could be an entrance to someone. In the traditional sense, there are traditional meanings attached to these radicals, right? And you could decide, I will make the traditional radicals work, or I will follow all the information of the traditional radicals. I don't do that. I rarely ever take information without internalizing it. So for me, when someone tells me trivia, right, I would file it and encode it with my experience. So in this case, when they taught me saloon door, this is a saloon door, I need to be able to internalize what a saloon door is. Well, a saloon door, it's flappy. There are gaps in it. They can be entrances and exits. That's how I'm encoding it. So it's not simply a saloon door. It's everything the saloon door represents. It's everything a door represents. It's everything an entrance represents. And I only evoke these things when I need to connect ideas together. So here's one that will be wildly crazy. I use Hanzihiro and WaniKani, and both of them use their own radical system. So they have different radical definitions. And you know that characters, they're already shared between the languages. Oh yeah, now you think about it, you kind of think it that way before, right? Okay, Atarashi, and then stand used to remind you of an armor stand from Minecraft. Ah, and you need MAKU to make it, and you need key to cut the tree. Yes, right, or key to make it. And you can notice that I read this as MAKU, which is also true, right? So this can be MAKU or key, right? And yeah, now you have new armor stand. Yeah. So this, in a way, like, why did I start with MAKU and then I did key? Is because I typically prioritize onyomi before kunyomi. But that doesn't mean I can't get to the right answer and I can't skip this step. The idea is all of this makes me remember this character. So do you know that? Do you see this and you see MAKU and key? Right? That's kind of how associations work. So the more information you've internalized attached to each other is the stronger it is. This is the most of the time the mind palace approach with association. So that's how I form my layers. You only go as deep as you need to. For example, did you know that, for example, I think the character you chose, right? This is also Shin. Right. Atara, Atara is its kun. Shin is its own. And Atara is... Whoops. Atara is its kun. It also has another one, which is Arata. Or... Yeah, Arata. So there's a lot more than this, and it's useful. It might be useful, and you might forget stuff, but if you associate them, you are less likely to forget them. And these characters then become new life. They mean more things, and that's where the memory comes from. So it becomes less and less about learning more, so to speak, but reinforcing what is known. So at some point you get to a critical mass where you're not learning new characters, you're learning how to reinforce old ones. It's really weird, but for the record, this is also why I learned Chinese, because Chinese is another association. I can actually tell you if I had a Chinese character or not yet. I have not gotten this yet. So this character now, if I had to break down this character, we have saloon door. Right, we have saloon door, which is all the iterations of door, and this is both kiss and podium. I don't know if this is relevant, but one of the things that trip you off and other Japanese native is that some kanji look different in Chinese and Japanese. Like hi, when I used Anki for the first time and was confused what that kanji is and you couldn't find anywhere, it turns out you have to change the font in the... Yes, there are different typesets. I'll give you an example. Re is different typeset. So anything with this combination has a different typeset. So you would probably get something like this. These two. Yeah, they don't occur that frequently, but they do. And they are equivalent. These two are equivalent. So yes, I'm not sure if Japanese natives... I actually haven't ever asked about Japanese native and stuff, but this would be a more common one, because this is a pretty common character, like radical position. There's a couple more that comes up on a regular basis. You kind of get used to it though. You kind of get used to it. And also, by the way, traditional Chinese, I learned simplified Chinese on Duolingo, and on Hanzahiro I'm learning traditional Chinese. And then there's also Japanese modified characters. So simplified has overlaps with traditional, so does it have overlaps with Japanese. But there are things that are not, there are things that are only simplified, only traditional, and only Japanese. And then there are things that only two of them contain. And they're subtly different a lot of times, which can be a problem. And if you're writing kanji, there's another thing too. Japanese and Chinese stroke order changes slightly on very common radicals. Like this radical, for example, right here, this is where they diverge. When you're doing Chinese, you're doing this. When you're doing Japanese, you're doing this. So this is 1, right? 2, or wait, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then 7, then 8. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's all over the place. Penmanship is all over the place. And if you're wondering, can you tell the difference between these two? Yeah, you can if you have handwriting. If someone's handwriting, you can tell the difference. Which stroke came first, because it does kind of impact the overall way the stroke happens. Would I change how I write it? I change it on the fly. I would use both. So I write, this is Japanese. I would write it as Japanese, and I would write it as Chinese. I practice both. They kind of go back and forth, so someone has to keep a really keen eye in order to see me change up my stroke order. I actually say it out loud a lot of times. I'm like, oh, well, okay, no one saw that. It's okay. It's fine. No one will ever know. That's usually what I would say. It's like, no one will ever know. And technically, a lot of people know, because my my Japanese one, this stroke, this vertical stroke, tends to miss its mark. And these two tend to always connect, because it's hard to determine. So it's hard for me to separate these two strokes versus having the two strokes, versus waiting for the last stroke so I can always connect with the last stroke. So there are things that I know about my handwriting that can determine which way I wrote it. And if that was the only thing I had to determine, I can tell you it's Japanese or Chinese based on my handwriting. But that's only me, though. I don't study other people's handwriting. I study my own handwriting. So a keen eye, a person would know which way I'm doing. You saw a Japanese streamer struggling to read Naomi in a game, even though it's a common Japanese, because it uses a Chinese kanji in the game he is playing. Which one is the Chinese one? Oh, wait. No, I'm not sure which one is the Chinese kanji or Hanzi. Which one is you're not recognizable? The Nao or the Mi? I actually can't tell the difference. So Nao, right? And then Mi. Right? Oh, this one kind of sucks. Oh, there might be a stroke difference. I don't know of a difference that separates these. This one? Interesting. Let me see. Hold up, let me see. That's so interesting. You probably have so many things that you notice, because I don't watch streamers very often. Whoops, I entered the Chinese pinyin into the Jisho to look for the word. It's true. Oh, it could be Shin. No, it would still be Nao though. I'm thinking maybe there's something with. Yeah, my thought is this. This is what I think maybe the difference. So they're probably talking about this. This is more common for Nao. So that's probably why. I agree. These two can be changed. This little L part is inconsistent between Chinese and Japanese. This radical right here, this one. So it's wedged right here. So there's a chance this is the Nao they were talking about. So Naomi, this is Naomi as well, versus this one. And they both kinda is related to each other. The meaning is kinda related to each other. So this is true. This is straight. So the straight arrow, the straight and narrow is also true. And the straight and the straight is reality. So these things are related to each other by meaning as well. So I'm guessing it's these two. There are also ghost kanji. I don't know how common they are though. Yeah, there's ghost kanji. Yeah. All this stuff is good stuff. This is why you learn another language. Look at this. We can talk about this for days and we still don't even have to speak Japanese to be interested. One day you and I will speak Japanese and Chinese. I'm kidding. I'm kind of, sort of. But this is Zheng Mei. Zheng Mei. Yeah, Zheng Mei, which is a true. It's a sweet name. Naomi is a true beauty, or straight beauty. They're both straight, so like straight beauty. So I would interpret it more as a true beauty. Naomi for true beauty. This is a pretty sweet name. The way mnemonic. I don't know if you have tried this. Have you used Anki before? I'm sure someone has thrown Anki at you at some point and tried like mnemonics and stuff. Next year is gonna be a little different, but this year I've been doing this. I haven't ever done it this way, so it's really interesting. Growing up, I didn't use flashcards to remember things or like do it this way, and so most of my effort is not into memorizing it this way. I'm doing it this way to be fun. Anki is a good tool for SRS. Yes, yes. You are the dev, Alex. Interesting. Yeah, you used Anki before. You even use the dictionary because it can save words as Anki text. Oh, okay. Like Yomitan or something like that. I see. Like an extractor. Yeah. I tried to demonstrate this in my 300 days of using WaniKani, but most of my effort is not for the SRS tool, but more for forming mind palaces and associations. So I use WaniKani not because WaniKani provides SRS, and I'm using WaniKani so I can understand how people are forming associations. Oh, Takapoto. Oh, Tako. Okay, Takopoto. The dictionary is called... Ah, okay. I'm not familiar with that name, but I do know that there are lots of competing ones that use an extractor. There are ones that integrate with video games too, and Steam interfaces. I did see one where someone converted the thing. So like they're a streamer that can convert. Like for example, there are certain gacha games that are only available in say like Chinese or Japanese, and you can have a interface converter on top, an overlay converter on top. There's also those things that extract data as well. I haven't used any of them. It takes a literally long time. Like, I spend a year with something before I kind of matriculate. So my matriculation time is fairly slow. I typically try to integrate most of my strategies before I move on with something else. So WaniKani does something that I have learned that other people kind of enjoy. And then I noticed some, pros and cons on my end. And we have since created meta structures around the workflow. I think what WaniKani does really does get you your foot through the door on exposing you on how to form associations. And then most WaniKani users, by the time they get to around this level or less, they start making up their own mnemonics, either inspired or like as a willingness to create some more development, further development of what is there. Oftentimes it goes back to the thing that we were talking about forming associations, and you're forming associations with the information you're given, not using the information verbatim. When you're using the information verbatim, it can come off as very restrictive if you are not of that mind, right? Like when things morph, like a natural language, when it morphs, you either live it and breathe it and embrace it with your rote memory and then make it as part of you over time. That's a very young way to go about it because you wouldn't have any point of reference. However, when you're older, like I mentioned earlier today, I use my experience instead. I don't, like, when someone says, no, those aren't saloon doors, I actually think of these as, those weird glasses that people wear back then in music videos, like the shades that look like this. In Duolingo, my first mnemonic with the saloon door was this association. It reminded me of those like hilarious music video screen door glasses. Like the ones in the LFMAO music video. That's how I associate it. And then the saloon door and stuff came by later when Hanzuhiro and WaniKani rewrote it. I still can't unsee it though. Yeah. So if all else fails, I can still go back to that mnemonic. Yeah. I'm excited, like, since you switch strategies all the time, I'm looking forward to hearing what other strategies you end up accruing and works for you. So your current strategy, how many like roughly strategies do you have? You also use games to remember vocabulary and make a folder list dedicated to the game, like Minecraft. Okay. Pickaxe. Okay. Okay, pickaxe. Yep. That does look like axe. Oh, that's sword. Oh, that's interesting. They use that for sword, huh? Oh, and that for hoe. Crafting table makes sense. That's interesting. Making business platform. Workbench makes sense. Work. That's where the work came from. Yo. Okay. So probably like sakyotai or something like that. Sakyotai. That's kind of cute. Work bench or like work platform. Or work machine or work apparatus. There's so many ways. Very neat. Their choice of axe and sword is interesting. As opposed to using like katana or something like that. Like just straight up katana. Alright, you forgot to use comma. It is kind of confusing to switch keyboards. No, you're fine. Oh yeah, no, you're fine. If there's anything that helped me with reading chat in any form, I can connect the pieces. Yeah, it's interesting. I would go over some other stuff, but it's gonna be on a touch and go basis. I look forward to hearing your experiences, and then I can try to connect a bunch of things from it. The thing that you're doing to illustrate next year is when I do. A lot of people kept asking me about Anki, right? Like, oh, when are you gonna use Anki? When are you gonna use Anki? So this is more of an order, a priority, like order matters kind of situation. So I will be using Anki, but I won't be using Anki for the sake of what WaniKani does. I'll be using Anki in the same way you're using your folders and lists for video games. I've dedicated myself to following very specific games, and one of the very specific games is RGG, Ryuga Gotoku, right? Ryuga Gotoku, or Like a Dragon. And the studio of that name from Sega. So every year there's a new title, and I play that game. So in the next coming years, what I'm gonna use is I'm gonna create my own Anki, like my own deck. But I'm not using the deck in a way that I'm mirroring it after someone. What I'm gonna use is I'm gonna use my quote-unquote 16 strategies now and encode and mine for very specific words, only specific words that are to RGG. So remember when you said like there are rare things and you are worried that you forget them? So I'm looking for video game isms. Video game isms that comes up, like hit points, special points, game mechanic stuff, and then it will help me build the necessity legacy in order for me to play Like a Dragon games as I'm going. And then this end of this year, next year, we're adding Persona to the list, which is my legacy. Back in the PS2 era, Persona 3 was where I started, so we're doing that too. And then both of these are slice of life games, right? They're part of slice of life as well. So they then reinforce all the common colloquialisms through action and reaction. So those things I won't be looking for. I'll be looking to create an Anki deck based that. And the 16 strategies are like a combination of associations, right? You have antonyms, synonyms, reads, a picture. I'll probably draw a picture and probably use a screenshot for instance in the game, and we'll use storytelling as a binder to start with. So the deck will probably have these things first, and then we aside with your like meaning, translation meaning, part of speech if it so suits me, and maybe in an example sentence. And the example sentence is probably tied to the picture in the screenshot. And when I mean picture, I mean I'm going to draw a picture or diagram something. And then there's webs. I also want to do web association groups. This is what I do more often. Do a grouping, a categorization for my own purpose. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is the other 6? Oh, Chinese. I forgot about Chinese. So Chinese, traditional and simplified relations. And then that would also imply that Chinese would have a pinyin that's associated with it. And by the way, Like a Dragon games, Ryugu RGG games, they are triple dubbed. They are tri-dubbed in Mandarin, Putonghua, Nihongo, and English. They have 3 cast members, 3 full casts. So that's why I chose that title, that franchise, as my go-to. And they were pledged to continue doing all 3 languages. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I started 2 years ago. And this would be the 16 different encoding ways to get to the stuff. So I have to do this sparingly. because this takes a very long time. So it'll be very specific words and stuff, and that's how I'm going to use Anki. Your strategy actually depends on what I am focused on currently and what I have and don't have. Exactly. I mean, that would be the point. But you don't have any textbooks to read, so you watch someone last year read out grammar points from a textbook for you? Oh, that's kind of neat. The advantage is he provided insight into the errors in the book. Huh. Neat. He read Genki 1, Genki 2, Quartet, and Genki 2. And Quartet 2, I see. And you're not able to finish Quartet 2 though. You want to reinforce what you learned from the previous textbooks? Interesting. Yeah. I got you, I got you. Audiobooks are fantastic, especially a commentator who does that. Intriguing. I didn't even realize you can do that without getting slapped with copyright. I don't read books, by the way, online because of copyright concerns. But I imagine if the person is like teaching for an educational purpose, you can probably see that as a pass. The only time you'll probably find me try to read is if I like emailed the people and had consent for it. So lots of people have asked me like, have you used Satori Reader, for example? So I'm streaming, and to me, I take professional negligence and professional IPs a very important thing to me. So whenever someone says like, oh, have you used Satori Reader, I'm like, if you're a dev and you tell me it's okay for me to read your content, right? Then my answer is yes, sign me up. I'll even pay for it, but I need the consent of the developers, because whatever is written as a text, as a textbook or a text in general, I'm from the United States, so I guess as an American, I'm a little hypersensitive to this. This is there's trademark and copyright rules, copyright laws to this stuff. So I don't usually get myself entangled in it. Why do I use WaniKani? Is because WaniKani they pledge CC0 too, the Creator Commons 0, and so does Hanzahiro. So this is why I use them. Later on, I will try to contact the developers and see if I can like show them up. Like, that doesn't mean Satori Reader, I won't be doing Satori Reader in some time in the future. The idea is I want to make sure. CC0 is a pledge for public domain. It's also why Hanzahiro exists. Hanzahiro is the Chinese version of this. It's sort of idea. WaniKani was 11 years ago. Hanzahiro was less than 3 years ago. And when you look at their copyright, like on their site, they have a CC0 pledge. And the CC0 pledge is worded similarly to WaniKani's pledge. So I take CCOs very, very seriously. I'm a product of the United States, and I mean, I worked in the sciences, and most of the time when I think of education and discoveries and stuff, they become public domain, but that is not the reality of things most of the time. So I become a little bit hypersensitive to the idea that whatever I put out, I don't want to come back to me. The guy read the textbook, didn't use the examples in the book, but he made his own example using the grammar for the book. Hear me out. I'm not trying to say anything about the guy. That's a morally gray area. It's a legally gray area. If it's educational, usually it's fine. Like, I'm not actually worried. This is only a reflection of my personal integrity, right? If you're doing it for educational purposes, not like commercialized, it's actually really fine. And then if if it's commercialized, if it's transformed, then that's also, if it's transformative, then it's under fair use, right? But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't actually know the extent of these things, and I don't actually study any type of copyright law. I understand a little bit about patent law, but that's about the extent of my knowledge. I typically just ask. So when all else fails, I ask. And that's kind of what I wait for. So whenever someone tells me to do something or try something, my fingers crossed is that they are the dev. And if they are the dev, they also have an open line of communication with their publisher. And if that's okay, I'm okay with that. And usually that's how I go about it. And the dev pledge, CCO stuff is a pledge by the dev, right? Actually, by the limited liability publication. I actually haven't ever directly spoken with Koichi and Co. And I haven't spoken with Kevin and Phil, who are the respective developers. But I think it's very admirable and brave to make a CCO pledge, CC0 pledge. And I tend to support projects that are truly educational in the sense that they also pledge their product to public domain. And that's no reflection on saying guys who don't are worse or not. It's something of a thing I look out for because it's really brave. It's awesome. Not that the guy you're listening to is less awesome, right? But it's cool that he makes his own examples and he's like critiquing the book along the way. I think that's transformative enough, in my opinion. And if it's a guy you vibe with and you like listening to, that's even more of a bonus. I listen to audiobooks a lot. Did I mention I suck at reading? Yeah, I gave myself a 3, right? Earlier for reading, but listening, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. My listening is 10 out of 10. Most of my life is relied on listening. If I go deaf, it's gonna be a really, really interesting life moving forward. But my reading skills are like non-existent. It's usually listening skills. In fact, I don't know if you do this, but when I read your text, I hear your voice. Like I hear what I think your voice sounds like. But it's really hard to imitate because my speaking skills, well, that's great. I can't like impersonate people. My acting skills are non-existent. I'm terrible. My acting skills are functional. It's largely used for functionality. Like I made that comment about learning how to smile when I was younger. Yeah, I'm still playing catch up with that part. Sometimes people think I still get like the occasional time when people think I'm like angry, but I'm thinking situation. Yeah, my acting skills are not hot. That's a great idea though, getting an audiobook read. Most of the audiobooks I listen to are narrated by the author. I wonder what my voice sounds like in your imagination. I would need to find a person that it sounds like. Like, I might be able to give you one if I have time, like in the evening. I can peruse, and if I come across someone who reminds me of you, like your voice quality that I imagine, I usually share. That's how I remember people, right? Bree, I have a distinct thing, so if I've ever come across it, it's like, you know what? I always think you sounded like this. And it could be way off, by the way. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's the idea that most of the time a voice is in my head. Like, I'm not crazy. Sorry. I don't know if that can be taken out of context. But what I mean is I read with sound most of the time. I read with sound and images in my head. I don't vanilla read text as text. And I have met people who said they have aphantasia, and I have no idea how that works. Like, conceptually. Like, what I mean is, my mind is baffled by aphantasia, which is people who are unable to do imagery, like images in head. I don't know if there's one for sound. I mean, other than actually being deaf. These are people who, when they read something, they are unable to picture it. So you don't form an image in your head. Like, for example, I wonder what your voice sounds like in your imagination. In my imagination, the moment you ask that, I have a very specific thing I'm gonna go look for, because that image and that sound is in my head. I didn't think about like what the word is. Like, I can't describe it right now. I'm still unable to describe what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing until I have to find it. So that's kind of the example of what comes first. Like this stuff, this happens too. Like, where when I see this character, sometimes I know the sound. Actually, most of the time I know the sound before I know the whatever text I have to hit. So I know the sound of this character, what it looks like and what it sounds like prior to the text it is. And it comes up very often. So if someone speaks to me on the sound, I can visualize the characters before knowing what the definitions are, which is terrible. It doesn't sound as great as it is, because in isolation, it kills me in isolation. This is one of the... I keep saying this, like, people think this is easy for them. And I totally get it, because they have great memorization skills and practice skills. When someone tells me, oh yeah, you know, for example, now when someone types in Mandarin, they would type something like, oh, the name of the character is this. And I'm like, what? Is it that? Is it this? Is it... And then what's happening here is there are 3 different characters I'm thinking of, and there are 2 different characters I'm thinking of here. And my thought is, I have no idea what you just typed. Like, it would be great if you actually characterize the sound that it makes, because I have no idea what you typed, and it's so baffling. It's the same. The nice thing about these things, though, that's why I love kanji and hanzi. In a way, it's a way to kind of reel it in a little. It's still not great, though. This is still not great. Like, I still have trouble. Because this can be like 4 reads. And it could have 16 definitions. Because it's not part of a word yet. And then it's not part of a sentence yet. When it's part of a sentence, it could have like 32 meanings. I don't know. It's at least all of these at the same time when standing alone. So it's both a good thing. It's awesome. It makes it easy to remember these things. I know a lot of things it's associated with. At the same time, in practice, when someone types oh, it's this character, and I'm like, I have no idea what you mean anymore. So I would just start rattling off the stuff and then go from the most common to the least common. You heard that aphantasia exists in the spectrum? Yes, it does. The more extreme it is, the less quality the image they can think of. Yep, exactly. And you guess for someone that has extreme case, you think of them having a projector that doesn't work as bright as ours? Exactly. That is what I'm told by someone who has aphantasia. And I've always thought about this. I know I'm ranting a lot, but this is, I love doing this, so don't worry. Don't worry, you're not distracting me. I always thought about it like, you know how when you ask the question, I ask the question all the time. I ask the question at least once a year. Every October, I do Inktober to set up the premise. And Inktober is when you draw something based on a static element. So that static element is a word or a prompt. And then you draw one for each day of October. Right? And oftentimes when I ask someone like, do you draw? And in this day and age, usually it's like a mid-20s kid, because that's, for whatever reason, that's my target audience apparently. They would say I'm not creative enough. And since I've become more aware of aphantasia and the spectral nature, the spectrum nature of aphantasia, I often wondered, what is the connection between someone who is hyperly reliant on reactionary imagery compounded with potential aphantasia? Because that would lead to someone often believing that they can't draw. The reason why this is important to me is I like to encourage people to draw as well. Drawing is a way when words cannot express things. It's another form of expression. It helps keep anxiety down. All of these things do make sense over time. Why do I draw? It's part of the self-discovery process, right? So they say they can't draw. And I'm absolutely certain that when they are stopping by, they see me just draw triangles and boxes and wiggle lines around like this, right? And the question is it nurture or nature or both that is emphasizing this not creative part? Because genuinely, you could have both these reasons to create a not creative thing. So what is a creative thing? Well, you can do things. Watch. This is a horizon, right? This is a bush line. This is a tree line. This is a mountain line. These are grass lines. This is a high grass line. This is the clouds. and this is the sun. So whenever I think about like aphantasia and also like image recognition, the question is, I don't know if the creative process has a dependency on, is it what they're aiming for, that they're looking for, that is like fuzzy, so that you really can't imagine yourself creating something? Or is it because there's a lack of understanding of association of things? So I didn't draw this to demonstrate that I can reproduce an image. I actually drew this because I knew the relationship between these objects. This is a demonstration of how how I encode. If you're wondering how I encode and recall images in my head, I recall them based on relationships. So the only reason you might think of these chicken scratches as something more is because I also primed you with all the definitions too of what they are, and you're looking for it. And then you know how grass is related to perspective, and then how the patterns are slightly different, but they were different enough that they can be distinguished from each other. And then you get a whole scene. So you can assemble most of these things based on the way you draw. And that's why drawing is an important aspect of my skill set. I only draw once in a month for 30, technically 32 days, because it includes the 31st day, every year, and that's it. And I haven't really explained how this has anything to do with the way I encode memory and create memories. This is a great example. I drew everything systematically and in a particular layer, and I primed your logic as I'm going. So in no way do you get lost in this chicken scratch. This is chicken scratch. I didn't even, like, this was very low effort, right? Very low effort, but it creates a mosaic and the image of this. What does this make you feel like? This is kanji and hanzi, right? And I understand it does sound like I'm being like really straightforward and it's easy and stuff. This stuff is not easy at first. It's not. If you're if you're 40 or 50 and you haven't ever done something like this where you composite ideas based on each other, it can be really tough to get used to it. It's kind of like following the breadcrumbs, right? You go up a road and you see a fork, right? Do you take A or do you take B? Then you take B, and then now you have C and D, and you keep going, but you take a relationship. You're relating all the positions you're taking as you're going. And because of this road you take, you can attach meaning to it. I was here. And that's very similar to a mind palace in which you're looking at a bookshelf with a bunch of items, right? Each of the shelves denote a property. Each book then is another property. And then the order of the book encodes a different property. So when you're trying to draw a shelf, you start with a box. That's a square. In each shelves. So this is two things. This is one thing, right? So the third thing, what do you need? You need books. And I'm actually doing two things here. Books can either be all the same lengths, right? This is all the same books. So these are books in the third step. But books can also vary by its height. That's 4. And then books can vary by girth. That's 5 properties. This is 5 degrees of freedom. 5 degrees of freedom means whatever happens first, there's a combination. There's 5 to the 5th combinations that you can rearrange these things to encode information. And to me, that's kind of like how your neuronal networks work in your brain, right? If I haven't said neuronal networks, then this chicken scratch wouldn't mean anything, right? So that's kind of the way I imagine, at least without science having to catch up and characterize the entire human brain and simulate all these things, that's how I imagine how neuronal networks work to reinforce memory. So when you're trying to reproduce something, when you're trying to recall an image or recall a memory and then try to respond to it in a quick enough time, the idea is, how many associations have you made? Right? And that's what I mean by you don't have to believe me, but try to encourage yourself to construct something and then try to actively look at the associations between the things and then associate it with your own experiences. Because boy howdy, I can tell you when someone says this is hard to remember, I'm going to ask you, explain why to me. And you know what's crazy about this? The act of explaining why to me, they probably end up remembering it anyways. Because what now they did is they took the information that they have, they took the information that they had, and they explained the information. So even the act of determining why that information is difficult to remember, you have formed your first association with the info. You do not form, you form a very tenuous link to that information if you're reading the information for the sake of the information, right? And this stuff takes time. It does get faster though, because remember, you're setting down networks, and the more you use those networks, the more overlap they're gonna have and speed the process up. So for me, I've been doing it since I was like 13 years old. I'm gonna say it's around 13 because when 15 years rolled around, I was identified, quote unquote, identified as a gifted person for like, you know, psychiatric, for like a high IQ thing. And the only thing I scored well on was forming associations. Like, this is in retrospect. The thing that got a high score is vocabulary association. In my opinion, like anything that's worth like being gifted about, like my math wasn't that great, my order of operations weren't that great. The idea was to be able to abstractly associate things so that I can become more efficient. So for example, whenever someone asks me like what the word means, right? What the word means, I would give them a synonym. That's it. Like I still remember the psychologist like saying, "Oh, what do you think this word means?" I'm like, "I guess it means this. It sounds like that." It's like, maybe I can elaborate. I'll give you an antonym. That's how I learned back then. Like okay, describe to me how to use this in a sentence. I use the synonym in a sentence. And then I use the negation of the word, like the negation of like the actual word in a context that it was the positive manner. So I use the affirmative for the negation of the word in order to get another way to say it. So instead of remembering the exact use case of the things, I form associations with each other. And that was where I scored high on coupling and stuff. Like, for example, I don't know if you've ever done a psychological evaluation, but sometimes they do pattern things, right? Like, here's a pattern. What comes next? Like, what is the next block? What is this block? Right? This is forming associations too. So these tasks are testing how you understand internal logic and like observational skills. In fact, I would even argue oftentimes these tests aren't good enough or not deliberate enough, because there is kind of a correct answer, but I would love to hear, it would be more informative to hear what is the association they think is happening. So I think one of the reasons maybe I was seen as a gifted person, I don't think I'm, by the way. I think when I got older, most people caught up. Like, I think association is not a unique skill. It's more of a maturity skill. So adults then in education, like when they go to college and stuff, they tend to catch up with all of those skills. It's a capacity. I just happen to be doing it at a younger age as opposed to an older age, which does give me a slight edge. It does mean that if I'm 40 and I've been doing it long enough, maybe I still have a competitive edge, but I don't really care about these things anymore. What would be interesting, I think maybe I was identified because I was explaining this to myself. I clearly remember when I was like 15 years old, I actually self-talked myself. So whenever like the psychologist would ask me something I don't know, like they would give me a word and I have no idea, like it's an unknown, I have no idea. So what I would say, I would speak to myself I would vocalize to myself. It's like, okay, well, free, I understand this suffix. And then like funk is kind of like function, right? Function. And then like Tori, right? Like Tori, that kind of sounds like the ending of like an adjective like thing. So perfunctory, right? Then you take a guess at what perfunctory is. So the idea is, despite technically English as my second language, and despite never encountering this word yet, and we didn't really get that far into English to be doing this already. I'm already establishing and associating words and systems. So what does this mean to me? Well, not very different anymore. Like perfunctory, saloon door, winter, and mouth. Not too. And what happens then is it sheds, in my opinion, it sheds context. It's not going to completely compensate for the lack of information, but it sheds context, as in it sheds singular context. So I no longer need to remember the right thing only. There are multiple right things. There are many right things. And the more right things you have, the more you can get to the right answer. And I think day in, day out, that's what I do every single day. When someone gives me a problem, I need to come up with a new answer. And if that answer is not good, I'll try and come up with a new answer. So the more information I get, the more information I'm using. It's different than collecting more information and never using it. You can learn a lot about something, quote unquote, learn a lot about the information of something and never use any of it. So you lose it, you avoid it, it's not useful, you lose it, right? So to me, in order to encode and internalize as much information as I want or as I need, and also maybe I want to learn it for the future. Like, I don't know what use case I have it for now. What I do is I force myself into an association. So all these rare kanji, stream it. So now I get to tell people about these rare kanji. If someone is interested, it's like, hey, like someone's like, oh, what is an interesting kanji you've learned yesterday? I'll tell you what my most recent interesting kanji is. It's X, Y, and Z. It's the most recent one. And it controls the situation. It allows me to let's see. When you imagine things, it is not the perfect replication of that image. Maybe for people with that, it is way more extreme version. Like I can visualize every single stroke Mona Lisa has. Honestly, I have no idea what. I have like this vague idea of what Mona Lisa is. I can kind of see her smile, maybe her hair, and stuff. Your limit perhaps is similar to their aphantasia, but extreme. Okay. Yeah. Sorry if your message. Oh, no worries. No worries. Yeah, Wi-Fi lags. That's understandable. How much progress have I made in Japanese? We're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. I will speak for you because of the lag. So progress. Let's go through this systematically. Progress. You already mentioned N1s, so you're probably familiar with N1 and N5. Conservatively, N4. N4 to N3. And then since you're familiar with N5 and N5 to N3 grammar, the other metrics that typically use for progress is how many kanji, right? I would say probably 1,000 kanji, unique kanji, and like 4,000 words, vocab words. The conjugation is within the N4 to N3 things, so we're not including the vocabulary words and their conjugation, not including conjugation, right? So not that. It's just unique words like suru. Suru would be 1 entry, right? What's another way for progress? I can try this. I typically speak casually, but casually in the reaction state. So I respond. I don't lead though. I do not lead conversations. No leading conversations. Other than asking a question. So the thing I do is I ask a question. Like, 最近どうですか? Right? 元気ですか? Right? That's ask questions is the only time I will initiate. So I don't initiate otherwise. But I can't lead conversations. Oh, hecka no. However, there's one exception on leading conversations. I can describe things. So if I'm like looking at an image, like in a video game or something, I can describe that image in Japanese. And but that's not leading a conversation. It's talking about something. It's talking at someone. So you're observing me describing something. So it's mostly self-talk. And I would say my pitch accent awareness, which is something that people like to throw in as a spicy, 4 out of 10 pitch accent awareness. And what I mean by this, my spoken pitch accent. Largely because I don't speak in sentences too often. I speak in fragments. I usually speak in fragments. Like a person typing. I speak like a person typing. Like, はい、そうです。うま。痛い。Like that, like fragments. We do fragments. Like we react in fragments, we respond in fragments. Or it's like, oh, shinu desu. Right? Like, Kyoto, Kyoto wa kirei. right? Like it's just very simple. I know that some of them aren't fragments, but to me, they're like fragmented thoughts. Most of my thoughts are represented in fragmented Japanese, and they're very stocked Japanese, like textbook Japanese, because I practice them. So I use all the things that I practice. I rarely engage in things that I don't have practice in, because I don't do that. I know that other people are like, but how are you going to practice comprehensible input and whatnot? With time. With time. I need an application. I go with application. I do not, I'm an adult, right? That's not to say that an adult is better. I think like an adult. So my Japanese progress is specialized to the task I want to do. So I can speak a lot about WaniKani. I can talk about a lot about writing, radicals, breaking down things, creating mnemonics, and then say the pitch accent of the isolated word because it's my application right now. It's the thing I do well. And I'll bring that with me whenever I get to sentences and Satori reader or something like that. Or maybe we can try and pick up a Tadoku, like ask if Tadoku developers are fine with me being on YouTube or Twitch reading their stuff because they say for educational purposes. But if it's part of a commercial thing, when you're on Twitch and you're YouTube, it's qualified as commercial use. So things like that. Oh wow, you only know more than 500. You've gotten some already. However, with 1000 kanji, you will learn vocab all day, and I guess you need to work on that more. Is there a way you know you've forgotten some? Like, how are you keeping up with, in what way are you refreshing your stuff? I do a lot of refreshing. Like, I practice a lot. I tell people this, and I'm not apologetic about it. I spend 80% of my time practicing. I don't spend most of my time learning. And I'm not saying you should do this. I think an adult does this. Like when you get older, practice is, in my opinion, king or kinger than learning. When you're like tight, like when you're like a like teenager in your prime and stuff, you guys soak up things like gangbusters, right? Like you're just going all about, like you don't have like quote unquote the thing that we talked about. It's like, I agree with you, mental capacity is high. Like encoding is unadulterated. Like there's less interference. The trade-off is there's also less retention. there's a very low retention rate, right? When you go through college, if you're going through college, how much of your gen ed do you remember? I'm gonna tell you now, I was an outlier. I still remember most of my gen ed classes, largely because I feel like I was a little bit older. I was already forming associations. I mentioned this, like when I was 15 years old, I was already forming associations. So I don't go to biochem class. Thinking my creative writing class has nothing to do with my biochem. My creative writing class it can be related to biochem. I can creatively write about biochem. My British literature class, I can still relate it to biochem. My Spanish class, still to biochem. My psychology class, still to biochem. So the most common thing that I focus on, most of the stuff that I learn are related to it. No matter how distant it is, the way I remember things is I practice based on the thing I do most. So what do I do most right now? It's WaniKani. So to me, I'm not upset that I have trouble finding words or finding, reading and then reading in half English and half Japanese. I only know the meaning of the character, but I can't do a read of the character. It's the limitation of what I'm practicing. But I can do a lot of things that I know I can practice and do. And then when I get to learning those parts, it will be just as fast because I'm practicing how to do it. I'm not learning new things that I'm responsible for that I'm not going to consistently practice about. And I think this is not most ideal for someone who isn't sure yet. So like if you're not sure how to practice and be successful, you want to keep on exploring. So eventually it could be like 50-50, right? Sometimes it could be 30-50 or 30-70. You're adjusting so that you have enough learning that encourages you to practice. In my opinion, that's what a younger person should be asking themselves. Are you learning enough? Right? Enough to convince yourself to practice. So you need to learn enough to do something with it. Be it watch a streamer, like be inspired by a cooking channel that happens to be Japanese, repo, right? If you are not learning enough to find an application to practice, then it won't be retained. It will largely be forgotten, right? It can be rediscovered. The rediscovering process is still pretty good. Rediscovering is not as long as learning it for the first time. So when you're forgotten, do not take it as a negative thing, right? In my opinion, try not to take it as a negative thing because relearning is often faster than like new. Forgotten is still somewhat faster than new because you come back with more experience. You're gonna be able to accelerate a bit. So it's kind of like getting on a bike, right? Hopefully. And when you practice, that's when you solidify it. So it's like chicken or the egg. You have to get the practice in at some point. And for me, when you become someone who's like collected a bunch of strategies at this point, what you do is you take the information and I'm more interested in how I'm going to practice it. And that's the purpose of my streams. I take something, WaniKani has a limited information. Right? It's very limited. It doesn't even teach you sentences. Someone asked me like, does it teach sentences? No. It doesn't. No grammar. It kind of sometimes talk about grammar. Does it have like complete native speak sentences? No. No audio, no full audio. It does pronounce the vocab words though. So that's, and it's with the native speaker, right? Even if it's synthetic, this is one of the biggest contention points. Duolingo has synthetic, right? Lots of language learning apps have synthetics because it's very difficult to have someone do every permutation of it, right? So what happens is for those who can't form associations with synthetic and the native and compare and contrast, then yeah, you would want to avoid synthetics until you can create a baseline association with native speech. So start with the native speech. So what is this stream about? It's about learning Japanese at the moment. Dim Zero. Are you kanji focused or vocab focused right now? What is this deck you have on right? So WaniKani doesn't have like customizable decks. WaniKani is kanji forward. It's kanji focused. Like that's it. There's no like actual choice. It's kanji focused. That is the deck, I suppose. If you're gonna follow the deck, that is the deck. That's what you're paying for. It's kanji focused and it's using mnemonics, and it's a prescriptional mnemonics. And when I say prescriptional, it means if you don't vibe with it, don't vibe, good luck. Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, this is review, so today is supposed to be lesson day. I'm supposed to get to my lessons, by the way. And I can show you what it is. But they give you examples, art of speech, those things. It's not part of the routine that you're using, though. The part that you're being exposed to is not those things. Those things are for auxiliary information to encode the thing. But since the activity you're doing here, right, is 90% of everything, this is what you're going to retain. Even if they gave you examples on how to use the kanji and stuff, you're collecting that information. So I want to be like super direct about this. This is one of the in my opinion, a little bit of expectations for a lot of maybe older people. I'm not sure about younger people. I would say the older you get, the likely that whenever you see a lot of information, it's not the comprehensiveness of the information that you're looking for. It's the frequency of the information. So this, despite having examples like kunyomi, onyomi, sorted, and pattern of use, they even include pattern of use, by the way, like particle association and pattern of use, and then if you don't use it and it's not part of the part of the routine of the recall and the inputs, then no chance. It's basically what I would say is the only way that information becomes useful is if it's the defining exception that helps you remember the example. So kind of like your sakana situation, right? If they included something that explained the morphing, and that becomes your way of remembering what sakana is, that becomes the exception, not the rule. So 90% of the time, you're looking for the read, so you'll know the onyomi and the kunyomi. You'll know the character and its definition. And that's what WaniKani does. All that other extra information, they are the exception to the rule. So if you saw pattern of use or context sentences, they are not part of the routine. They can be acquired for the short term for a little bit, and then they are no longer reinforced. So you would lose them unless you end up using that information. So for me, I take in just enough information so I can reinforce it. If I go over that information, I try not to. So comprehensiveness leads to poor retention, is my theory, like my operating thing. You know how much you can remember over the course of a day, and I want to remember the things that I learned. I don't want to push the limits of comprehensiveness just because you think you're going to retain it without practice. So over time, I only learn as much as I think I'll remember or able to remember. And how would I know that? I aim for a 90% recall. So when I do these reviews, am I above 90%? Then I haven't hit my threshold yet. And it's for two things. It's both Hanzahiro and WaniKani. For WaniKani, it's about 99.9% at the moment. But it has a very big caveat, because the ones that I struggle with, it lags. So I measure how much I lag. as in the lagging period, then it drops it down to 95%. Do you give example? Would you mind if you start speaking in Japanese to or from time to time to practice? Yeah, sure. Well, I wouldn't be able to speak, but I would be able to try to read what you're trying to say, and then you can confirm to me what you're trying to say if you're ever curious. For now, though, I can't really do it right now. Because today, this lesson, I haven't started my lessons yet, and it's supposed to take 3 hours, and I'm like running out of time now. So maybe in the future, like definitely feel free. I usually set aside 3 or 4 hours for digression, and we're 3 or 4 hours in. Wait. Oh no, we're not 3 or 4 hours in. We're actually 7 hours in because my power cut out. So this timer is actually incorrect. Yeah, I'm a little bit over, but in the future, for sure. I can try to read it though. Yeah. I still have 70 lessons to go over today once I complete these 23 reviews. Oh, come up with them. Like, write them down. And I would love to see them or hear from them. And then you can also write like what you think the responses are and whatnot. You can always do it anytime. Anytime. I don't actually have anyone that I know that speaks Japanese really well. So your mileage might vary. I see, you're looking forward to that. No. Anoshimi desu. Yeah, looking forward to that time. Yes. Me too. Right. Right now I can pretty much say yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Right. It was nice meeting for the first time. Yeah, tanoshimi desu. Let's see. You can see the lessons, by the way. I just need to blast through this if I can. I don't know if any of this stuff is familiar to you right now. Aitsuku. Aitsuku. Also, I want to make a disclaimer that it might be a little different from you. I spend nearly 100% of my time with other language learners. I don't interact with native Japanese speakers. I actually think that the only type of native Japanese speaker that I would be comfortable in interacting with right now is someone who's also interested in the English language and who is also bilingual. It's not because native Japanese speakers isn't like a great resource and whatnot things. The use case, the application of when I'm going to use Japanese is not in the perspective of a native Japanese speaker. It's in the perspective of being a foreigner who interacts with 2 different languages. So while if I visit Japan, I think whatever I'm doing now will be sufficient if I ever visit Japan. But I don't plan on living in Japan, and I don't actually think Japanese people understand me. Like, because it's exactly what they would say too, because I'm a foreigner. And I like being around multilingual people. I don't like... It's very difficult to connect with people who live in a country who selectively favor their language. It's like out of business. It's a personal public behavior kind of situation. So it's to exude what the Japanese would give me. If I visit as a foreigner, I would be a foreigner, period. So that's kind of how I go about things. Oh, how about you just add Japanese translation to your English one? You just want to start typing stuff. You don't have to read the Japanese bit. Just be doing your own thing, you guess? Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. So you're like actively translating and I can read it and at the same time. That's great. Yeah, go for it. It'll give you like that's a great way to practice whatever you have, right? And you can talk about whatever you need as well. You know, you make comments based on what you need to make comments. You're more than welcome to do so.
閉まる
When is my next stream? Same time. Same time every day. You're not familiar with that deck, unfortunately. Uh-huh. Wait, what deck? Oh, the stuff in there.
貸し
Yeah, fair enough. There is a WaniKani deck actually. Sway. There is a WaniKani deck, so you could technically know exactly what I should know. An emphasis on should know. I think I gave you what I'm comfortable in saying. I don't usually like to overestimate myself. So I gave you a... I usually take what I think I can do on a performance test and I cut it by 10 or 20%. I know how that sounds, but I don't operate on the best case scenario. And I usually take the average of my performance and I cut it by 10 or 20% to account for things I can't account for, like anxiety or nervous or performance anxiety, you know? At this point, I'm not too anxious. Just because it's a very comfy place to be in this stream thing. Your question earlier went pending in your head, so you commented on it so late. Oh, okay. No worries. Definitely feel free to clarify. This is the way I speak most of the time. So it's, how should I express this? I don't want anyone to ever have an inconvenience of trying to explain something. So in this way, I hope that me over explaining things and asking to clarify is also a way to normalize that. So there's no effort more than the effort you place in explaining things. Confusion happens and texting happens, you know? And I speak and I'm gonna say something that's erroneous a lot of times. I think one thing that people can't stand is that I make a lot of errors. And the reason why they can't stand it is not like they hate me for learning or stuff, is they can't bear to see me consistently make errors. However, it's not like they think I would feel sad if I keep making errors. But the way I learn is through understanding those errors. So then we kind of form, oftentimes people don't hang around, that we just catch up every 3 or 4 months, you know, like maybe once in a blue moon we'll catch up. Largely because I do make a lot of errors and I spend most of my time understanding the nature of those errors and then develop something over it. So it takes a really long, I just truck along. And rarely do I ever feel sad or angry about it. Learning requires these things, in my opinion, for myself to learn. Otherwise, you'll never learn new things when you get older, because you're always going to be afraid of making errors. Sometimes I think people who grow up on the internet are already older than I am. Mentally, because their life has barely started and they're on this amazing journey with such amazing aptitude and they're already worried about what if they can't what if they can't be good enough? I'm like, I don't know. I'm 40. I started learning Japanese 2 years ago. I rarely ever considered the idea that I'm not going to be good enough. I'm going to be good enough for myself each and every step of the way. And I like to wish, as all the youngins get older, they also feel that security, where it's about doing and then collectively merging all your experiences that make you irreplaceable. And rarely will you have a direct competition. You have a more of a semi-competition. And then all the extra stuff you have, you can tip the scales in your favor. Like, for example, I got a good example. Someone told me this before, or challenged me this before. They said that man, you're never gonna learn Japanese well enough if you're learning Chinese, because someone's always gonna be faster than you when they're learning Japanese. It's like, yeah, I know, but you missed the point. Like, if you want to tell me you learn Japanese really fast, then I agree with you. It's a non-compete. But if you want to learn Japanese and Chinese with me, then we can talk closer. And even when you win, it's like, but I speak Fujonese. So the game keeps shifting, right? And eventually, in my opinion, when someone's trying to compare with you and them, two unique skilled people will be able to list when they have the edge, when it becomes unfair. So those are the ones where insecurities and anxieties will be forever. And if you're not comfortable with that, that really sucks. Like, for example, I'm rich, you're poor. I'm short, you're tall. Right? Those things will eat at someone's soul for so long if you're not able to find the value in yourself collectively. So it's not necessarily about just being short, about being short and whatever that is, and a lot of it, and it keeps going. So when someone says, I'm better than you, I'm like, can you tell me a little bit about Maximum the Hormone? You often learn new words from app names, game names, and anime names too. Osu? Yeah. I played Osu before, by the way. Yeah, to push. Oh, wait. Yeah, you put game. Yeah, okay. I was like, you have to be. And then Wani, crocodile, yeah, Kani, crab. Yep, from Anki. And then Anki is memory, right? Yep, to memorize. Exactly. All those come full circle. I haven't played Osu in like in 4 or 5 years. That's where I met some goobers. I met like 2 goobers playing Os. They still play Os. The one goober was top 500, right? Do you still play Os? Os is... You're checking all the boxes here, Sway. I didn't want to put you in a box, but you're kind of hitting all the notes. Next, you're telling me you play a waifu live service game with a gacha component. Are you pulling them banners? Hear me out. Tomorrow during this segment, you'll probably see me play Persona 5 The Phantom X. So I did start a gacha game this year. It's replacing one of my other live service games that I play in the background. Genshin Impact? Honkai Star Rail? Maybe? Perhaps? Mayhaps? You don't play OS anymore? Okay. Interesting. You just focus on other things now? Awesome, awesome. Obviously, you can still do that. One of the things that this little goober that I know about OS is translating song names, right? Translating song names and then like song lyrics. I'd say is another avenue for getting some extra application for your Japanese. I play RGG games, so RGG and Persona. You'll probably see it in February. The next RGG game is in February. Lost.
Mayoi.
Oh wait, that's hesitation actually.
Kimyo.
You sing a lot to learn vocabulary, although it annoys your brother from time to time. Oh, that's kind of cute. Is it an older brother or a younger brother? Because why don't you get your brother to join you? Is your brother interested in that stuff? I mean, it wouldn't be a coincidence. Brothers, so if it's your brother, there's a chance, right? Anime is very trendy among male adolescents. Japanese gaming. Most of that stuff is pretty trendy. You could do it as a sibling exercise, unless like he's really young, like super young, and maybe too much of a generational gap. But that's great. I don't have a brother. I do have a younger sister, but she's in Japan. I know. At least I think she's in Japan. Your brother isn't interested in Japanese now. Okay. Is that meaning that he was and no longer? That's kind of a missed opportunity. Maybe you could sing loud enough for him to like want to learn a Japanese lyric to get back at you. Makasu.
Makasu.
Oh, he was? Okay. You don't know why? Okay. Friends and family and siblings, I'm telling you. Friends, family, and siblings, if you can, like, they're people, you know, they're sources of motivation that is unlimited. Like, if you need a motivation, you try to bring someone into the fold. I stream every day for until the end of 2026. This is my 2025 project. So WaniKani for the entire year and Hanzahiro for the entire year. This is my SRS year. Last year was Duolingo. And then next year is going to be a combination somehow. And then the new thing is probably going to be Boom-Pro. Apparently Boom-Pro is okay with it. So we're going to do a grammar thing, a Japanese grammar thing. I don't quite know what I'm going to do with the Chinese thing yet. I think the Chinese thing, because of its accessibility, its grammar, we're already past the conversational grammar. We're probably going to do some AI related. Like how I would create a workflow around AI. I would be writing proses. So basically, I'm going to practice writing reviews in Chinese for the games, and like writing Chinese proses for what I said today, like all 7 hours of what I said. That type of dialogue, I would try to write it in Chinese. And then with the aid of AI. So we're just going to practice exactly what I was saying today, where I would prepare. So when I get used to preparing my like comments and questions and things I have to answer, I would be able to say them in Mandarin as well. It's application. I'm too I'm way, way too old to be doing something with no application. Right. So if I see something that I can use, some information I can use, that's the first thing I go to. I learn for my use case, as opposed to learn because of this. So here's an interesting thing that I've shared before, which people find is a little odd. I don't use WaniKani to remember all the kanji. I'm using WaniKani for a year to understand how they teach and organize the thing and how much I can change it in a year. So learning the kanji is an extra. It's a bonus that I'm learning kanji. But I'm going to learn the same kanji over and over again a couple times over. Like when I learn grammar, I'm going to have to learn all of the kanji. Like I get reinforcement for the kanji, so I'm not too worried about that part. That is not the focus. However, despite all of that, I still remember that. I still remember most of the kanji. Like the thing is, the underlying matter is that if I can get the process to work really well, it doesn't... Like, I'm not saying I'm doing it not for the kanji. It's a bonus. It's not my focus. I don't focus on kanji retention because I trust in my process. My process is guaranteeing me, or is providing the guarantee. So I trust what I do. I don't trust in a ticker or something that is telling me that I should. AI is very bad at recognizing radicals despite knowing kanji. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to see how bad it is in the future. Like if you ask what is the radical used for? Interesting. It will give you the most far-fetched radical. That's a radical you recognize? If you ask what is the radical you... This one? That whole thing is a radical? Dang. But what is the radical used for? I don't actually know. I'm not surprised the AI is very bad at recognizing radical despite it, because I don't even know. I don't know either. I mean, it's for clothes, or maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's intriguing. I guess we'll find out in the future. Chinese doesn't have radicals, so there's also that. It would be fun to evaluate Chinese contextual understanding, but yeah, Chinese don't have radicals. You can... There are things that kind of operate like radicals, and that's how I remember them, since I'm learning Japanese at the same time. You're I'm a kind of the same. Most of the kanji you learn come from words, not kanji alone. Yeah. Yeah. Me too. This is tough. And the irony here is, I'm not sure if you find this ironic, because I honestly think people don't understand. Like, I'm not on the same page with a lot of people. The harder I have to work, the more gains I have. So when somebody say you're learning something inefficiently, if you turn something inefficient into an efficient process, that has some other skills that you're practicing in addition to acquiring the thing. So to me, I like to do both of those things at the same time. I don't like someone coming up to me and saying, oh, this makes Japanese the easiest possible, you should do this. And I'm like, I probably do already do that, but it's not as exciting. Like you're teaching me how to learn the same way that I probably could already learn. I want to be more interested in this stuff. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo sucks, like, huh, I wonder how much it sucks. Why do so many people... I have a huge like summary. It's like 36 hours long across like 6 hours about the pros and cons about Duolingo's design, the compromise, the business line, the business perspective, like the user's perspective and whatnot. And that is why I remember a lot of things from Duolingo. In fact, it took me 7 months maybe before I stopped seeing Duolingo characters, like characters that I wouldn't recognize from Duolingo. Because by the time we have a pause on Duolingo, by the way, because the year is up. We were at 900 characters in Duolingo in the year. So lots of people always say this thing. It's like, oh, but you would learn at a snail's pace. You'll never learn faster than WaniKani and Anki. Is like, I'm probably not fast in no matter what I do. Like, I'm not fast in anything. I'm going to take my time with most things. The people who say that, their goal is to rush through everything without thinking about what is not working and what is working and what you can do about it in the process. You are keeping your eyes on the destination, not the journey. So if there's any way someone is going to illustrate that, is someone who has no idea that they are even unable to describe why something is fast and why something is slower, and then anticipate that someone would have a specific speed because they're projecting what they think. Honestly, your parent Duolingo is not good for long term. You think it is good for you within the first 2 weeks of your Japanese journey? You think Duolingo is good for orientation? You used Duolingo before too, and that was your impression? How long did you use Duolingo for? 2 weeks? If you only used Duolingo for 2 weeks, and then your impression is that it's only good for 2 weeks, then I can't trust your assessment. That's an upper limit problem. I would question your upper limit experience. So how much diminished return did you encounter? 2 weeks or less, then that's fair. That's how you would feel. I think that checks out. Your impression only went up to your upper limit, so that's an upper limit problem. Like, I would question your upper limit impression. What you notice is that you saw some inaccuracies. Your translation, that's irrelevant to the time period that you used. You said the first 2 weeks of your Japanese journey. You've only done 2 weeks. So that is a meaningless parameter to me. That's like saying you're the best athlete in a group of 1. It's true. It's still true. And when you notice inaccuracies, do you know that other things have inaccuracies too? So you can correct them. You don't use something in isolation and expect to be in isolation. And you made an opinion about Japanese journey. Japanese journey includes more than one series of strategies used together. But you vibe in serial, so you hop from strategy to strategy. So that's also an upper limit issue. You're not using parallel strategies. You don't stagger strategies. So what is inaccurate is also an opportunity to know why it's inaccurate and how to translate it. And I do agree with you. There are Duolingo inaccuracies. For sure. I disagree with you that it's not good for long term. There is one very defining thing that Duolingo does that you don't do, that I've emphasized that I emphasized in the last 7 hours, which is consistency. And that's why Duolingo is in its place of its own. It's for practice consistency. But you're not doing it for practice, you're doing it for learning. So you spend 2 weeks and you looked at Duolingo for the purpose of learning, which I agree with you. If the metric and the barometer is to learn something as quickly as possible and as accurately as possible in a time limit that you arbitrarily chose, all of the statements you say are true. I would not contest that. Because you only used it 2 days to orient yourself. 2 weeks to orient yourself. And you're using it for the knowledge that it's giving you, right? The information. And if you choose inaccuracy, then it would... If it has inaccuracies, then that would be the only value it would have. Inaccurate information means that you should go get something more accurate. That's not what I use Duolingo for, though. It wasn't the thing that makes Duolingo good. It's the very thing that you didn't do is what's interesting to me. And it's to specialize and dedicate yourself to a practice regimen that you don't discontinue. Hence why Duolingo has like millions of users, because they even stop learning language in general despite being consistent at practicing. Yeah, that's the Duolingo redeemable quality. It exchanged depth and maintenance for consistency. SRS systems kind of do that pretty well. So WaniKani and Anki and stuff also operates on the same principles. It's the consistency that breeds the thing. In fact, Anki users stop reading some of the things that are in the Anki decks as long as they get the right answer. And the reason is because the SRS system keeps their consistency. WaniKani is the same. By level 20-ish, people stop reading the mnemonics. They stop reading the examples. They simply want to retain the characters and the responses. So effectively, it became an Anki. It's Anki without all the extra text, all that extra info that you find that's inaccurate or accurate. And when things become too inaccurate, they just ignore all the information. How it's inaccurate or whether it's inaccurate becomes a thing of the past. It's very interesting. I agree with you. And that's the impression I get for most people who use Duolingo. That's not journey though. That's destination. That's the part I disagree with. You treated Duolingo as a destination, not a journey. Your destination was to get more information. And it was based on the quality of the information, not how consistent you are in doing your Duolingo exercises. And what you do from the day to day. You evaluated it specifically on some of its inaccuracies and the length of time you would get from the engagement, as opposed to doing the day-to-day and improving on your routine on what Duolingo is trying to do. I could probably show... Oh, well, I don't want to go into it, but there is a video of me showing you what I actually do during Duolingo. It's more like 60% me and 40% Duolingo. Duolingo provides the information for my like recall and writing process. I do a web design. So like you recall all of the vocabulary in Duolingo, and then you connect them into relationships. So I practice and write all the kanji and then diagram them. And that's not what Duolingo does, but I spent the time to organize all the thoughts that Duolingo doesn't do for you, because Duolingo doesn't hold your hand in certain things. And then whenever there's a grammar thing, we integrate that into the grammar thing. So when there's a grammar that I don't understand that Duolingo doesn't provide or is inaccurate, I use a source to bring it into the model, right? The boon for Duolingo is that it gets the person to constantly think about having to do their practice. And for me, practice is 80%. Right now, I still use Duolingo for practice. So I'm not doing like the new lessons. Maybe next year I'll find some time to continue doing the new lessons. The Chinese one we complete. I guess you didn't get to see what it is good at. How do I explain this? I don't remember the specific examples, so take this as a grain of salt, but there were cases that it is not necessarily long, but it can mislead how things work in a sentence. I was misled once and you only confirmed it when improved. I know exactly what you're talking about because I did the Duolingo thing. And it's not necessarily correct, but you allowed it to mislead yourself. Now you know the correct one, but you also know how it's not necessarily wrong. So if that's the reason to stop, then I can't even imagine what it's like when someone accidentally misleads you and then you think that that's the reason to quit on the thing. That's not, in my opinion, that is definitely your prerogative to do so. I know you're probably talking about the copula, probably wa. That's the very first thing that comes up. Wa is taught inappropriately at first. It's technically not necessarily incorrect, but it is the way they described it, which is the subject marker, and it was interpreted as was or is. Copula would be the first one that I think of. It was very immediate too, and it didn't take it took less than 2 weeks for 3 people to tell me I'm wasting my time. You know, I did Duolingo for a year, so be interesting. I'm pretty sure it's the copula. Is there one after that? It could be sudo. Sudo is being done as not existence, or no, not existence. It's largely dealing with existence. Yeah, iru and aru probably comes next. Iru, aru, and then how sudo works as possession. Technically, it's not correct. Technically, is not incorrect, but sudo is used as possession in an English phrase, like to. Or it could be aru and iru using as existence but in possession. So like I have a car in my bag, or not, I have a pencil in my bag. Technically, that is the essence of the phrase. And when I improved, I still saw that. But I also know that is not how it works. It's that there is an existence of a pencil in that bag. Not that the bag has a pencil, or that the person, the subject has inferred has a pencil in their bag. Right? It can mislead you. It can be misinterpreted. I think those are the first two that a couple of people yapped at me about. It's like, well, no, it's about existence. It's not about having something. Like, I get that. I understand. I'm trying to think of another example. All of these are true, by the way. I agree with you. They're not necessarily wrong, but they can mislead you. And my first thought was, it can be all of them. If I'm talking to an English speaker and they're learning Japanese for the first time, it's very likely that they will interpret it that way. And in order to teach them that it can be a little bit misleading, I also need to know from their perspective. That's what I mean by exclusively relying on native speakers and exclusively relying on people who think right and wrong is the only way to interpret a language. And that's what I've come to expect most of the time. I think I understand how you want it to be, and Duolingo is not that. So it's good that you found something else other than Duolingo. I'm not telling you to go back to Duolingo. I think if that bothers you, it's going to keep bothering you. Yeah. Those are the two that I would say would be the most biggest deal breakers, because you have to do it over and over again. Every single Japanese sentence, like every lesson will have like an aru, iru statement that is used in somewhat of a possession. And then there's also particle issues. He. he or he and ni could be a little weird. De is kind of fine. Where I didn't go that far deep. We were like in the middle of the lesson grid, so I'm not sure if that helps at all. I think there are realities, and they are deal breakers. I didn't find those to be deal breakers. I think the deal breaker for me, or like my concern, was it didn't have enough activities. That was my deal breaker is or my concern was that Duolingo doesn't have enough types of exercises. To me, the more ways it gets gamified, if you want to gamify something, unapologetically gamify it. So follow through. If you're gonna go half gamified and then half like catering to hardcore native Japanese speakers who only think in Japanese and have no consideration for English speakers, then you could use a different app for that, probably. Yeah. There's a point, in my opinion, that it gets to a point where it's more like expecting what you want from it without understanding the perspective of it in its design language versus finding something else. So I watched quite a lot of people linked me reviews of native speakers reviewing Duolingo, and oftentimes they come from a perspective that, sure enough, they know a lot about Japanese, right? And I still find the native people who review these things quite a bit more disagreeable than, despite them being Japanese. Actually, you know, Japanese people are typically quite agreeable in their way and fairly polite, but the ones that actually end up reviewing this stuff are rather casual. And also the ones that I like, I respect them. They know that you don't know this makes sense. It is not necessary, but I know exactly what but we get the wrong idea about something. I exactly highlighted the two. Sometimes we could have carried this wrong idea for so long as we learn, which could affect. I highlighted the exact two. That is the most early versions of them. It's aru, iru being possessive, and the wa, the topic marker, being seen as a subject marker used as in the copula form. That is one of the most common wrong ideas, and I disagree. It is both, because it's coming from an English-speaking perspective, and it is carried so much that it's still in the Genki textbook and the you know, like things like Take Him's Guide, and the copula is one of the biggest ones. It's not is. It doesn't say anything about is, the helping verb is and being. I know exactly what you're talking about now, if you're saying it's not necessary Duolingo. The thing is, though, if I had to be really direct with you, you use Duolingo as an example, and you quit because of that. Or like one of the contributing factors of that, you knew that it happens, and you let it happen in order to give a reasonable reason for overlooking everything else. And that, to me, yes, Duolingo is not for you, as well as every other resource that does this. There are actually more. When I was using Duolingo, 5 people noted that. In fact, one of them is Hideyoshi. I know this for a fact because he studies Chinese, but he knows enough Japanese. I don't know how much Japanese with respect to his Chinese, but his Japanese, he specifically talked about how it's gotten so wrong that it gets perpetuated even in Japanese to English grammar texts. At least that's the idea that I'm talking about here. Duolingo perpetuates those same errors along with Rosetta Stone, probably Pimsleur, Babbel. Not entirely sure if there are bigger ones than those, but I agree with you. I would be surprised if LingQ has. Oh no, LingQ is a different platform. And to me, when you think here's my thought. If so many people have carried it, right? And it affects the way you learn. When is it when it's no longer wrong idea, but the dominant idea? I'm not saying it should be. And then when is it that if you know the difference, that you let it bother you or also be able to talk about? So I have one. I have a good one. When people use the word literally and figuratively, right? Literally and figuratively will give someone the wrong idea. So which one are you going to explain? English has wonderful ones because there are so many people who use English, right? Literally. Actually, wrong is a good one. So like defining wrong. That's a good one. I would love to ask Japanese people about what they think about the word wrong. To me, I think if you're someone who's an English speaker who prescribes to a specific usage of wrong, then most of the time it's probably used wrong. I don't know if Japanese is going to change this way. I just want to offer a here is my attempt to offer a different perspective. I guess you don't use any apps now, right? I think most of the major apps actually have those incorrect things. They do carry those wrong ideas. I did learn about it later. I do. It does. I agree. I know how to explain it too. At least the one that I think you're referring to. Or the 2 or 3 things I think you're referring to. You have to take a deep breath. Never had this kind of conversation before. No worries. No worries. I'm sorry if I'm incredibly enthusiastic about these things. Like, hear me out. Here's the deal, right? I would love for you to find the thing you're referring to and then describe it to me in like English or like describe it in Japanese, and then I can learn even more about it. Like then we know for sure what it is. For me, I think it's this. So let me know if it's this one. So this particle is often used as is or was, and it's often seen as the subject marker. This is right in the beginning, and then you have to use this all the time, and it makes you misuse this because then the ga marker comes up, right? And this is a subject marker. Because this is a topic marker. And to this day, there are still people who learn Japanese quite a lot, and they are Japanese, and they would translate. They would use English because they're English, they're secondary English speakers, and they would use the word subject as opposed to topic. And that's an English problem too, because topic and subject are not the same thing. And to me, it's two ways. There are Japanese grammar sources that do it because English is secondary. And then the other way around is English people who read this and they think these things are the same thing. I don't think subject and topic are the same thing. But there are quite a lot of people who think subject and topic is the same thing. And one of the biggest things in all of Japanese, like so much of Japanese, is differentiating between ga and wa. Ga and wa. And the Duolingo's example is actually not necessarily incorrect because their sentences are so simple that technically it's a subject marker only in that case. Like the thing they're using is that it is because it's a copula only in that sentence. If you decide to think that this is and was, it's going to mess you up every single time later down the road, or it's going to mislead you, because then you have other markers. You have other particles. All the other particles interfere with your concept of the copula system. And you know what's funny about that? One of the first Duolingo errors that are made is due to the wa when they introduced ga. So the moment they introduce ga, you have to know when to use which. And that's when the table gets flipped and someone ends up going to a grammar source. And there's a huge discussion about, wait, it still says the same thing. WTF? Like, so how do I know the difference between wa and ga? Like, when do I use ga? When do I use wa? That's the first one. This one is great. The other one is probably he. Ni. Or he and de. It's either this way or this way. That's a big one. And then aru. Aru is the one where like, I don't know. I don't know. Enpitsu. Enpitsu o aru, right? Or something like enpitsu ga aru, right? You have the ga. Enpitsu ga aru, right? Like a pencil. And this could be translated as I have a pencil. And this drives people insane. This drives people insane. All this is saying is there is a pencil. This is the second one. All, like, it just says there exists a pencil, right? But in a context, when you're looking from an English perspective, oftentimes the pencil is located in the person's possession. So later on, this gets whacked. like it gets wonky. And in fact, Duolingo doesn't cover this. But the big news is you end up finding out that it's the way they explained it. Because later on, you learn how to use aru as existence. But then you would get this interpretation wrong for a while until you get the other examples. So they start you off in an inaccuracy in some places. And then later when they have to introduce the other concepts, the inaccuracy is made clear that, oh wait, I got misled. And it does happen later. Japanese themselves couldn't actually explain the difference between wa and ga, but they do understand it. They just know when it is correct. Yes, and I guess that's the perk of being a native. This makes me wonder if Duolingo is made by Japanese or foreigners. I know. Seriously. Guess what I did? I know you're... Sorry if this is making you breathe heavily. I actually tried looking up the Duolingo like list of people, right? Like they actually published the entire staff list. And as far as I know, the people who are making the examples or overseeing it, you know, like curating it, they're not actually writing the examples. You have to note that a lot of the majority, I think the beginning stuff were still written by people, but most of the stuff is synthetically generated, for the record. So, but they have curators, as in, presumably, the people who are listed, they overlook it. They look over it, right? So it could be both. It could be a Japanese, like it's hard to know if it's a Japanese person who have learned English, who's now teaching Japanese, vice versa, or it's human oversight, as in like they looked at it, but a lot of the examples are generated. So that's one of the Duolingo's greatest downsides. The volume that Duolingo is putting out is because most of it is AI assisted. And you already, or like it's assisted in the generation process, and you already noted that ChatGPT sucks at particles. or actually you didn't say particles, you said radicals. Particles are pretty bad. And here's the thing, it's bad because the majority, like you said, right, the majority perpetuates the wrong idea. Where do you think the sample size is coming from, right? If it's so pervasive, I think the Genki textbook might also have a problem with the differentiation. That to me is rough. And what happens, what is when you ask a native, like say a Japanese person asks a native English speaker, right? A Japanese person asks a native English speaker, why peanut butter and jelly? Why peanut butter and jelly and not jelly and peanut butter? I like using this because it triggers people. It triggers English speakers. This would be the particle to, or not really particle, but the conjunction to, right? So to means they're equivalent. And you know what the nuance of English is? You either remember it or you just know. Because and has a nuance. It has a nuance that is it's rarely ever explained. And the nuance is that the predominant thing, it comes first most of the time if you try to explain it. But that's not true. Like, you don't know if it's true, right? Like, it's kind of clear when you say like mac and cheese. There's like more mac than cheese. You try explaining that to a Japanese foreigner, like it's not cheese and mac. So to me, the wa and the ga, that's when you have to become a native. And it's infuriating. I don't blame like Duolingo and WaniKani and all these things to gloss over these things because I'm not even sure. Like if someone asks me, why can't you say cheese and mac? My first thought is, it sounds weird. I've troll all the time like this. When you recognize that there are a lot of English rules where universally I feel that's what Japanese is becoming. Not yet. Not yet. If Japanese becomes more popular, get ready. You know English. Isn't that amazing though? Think about it this way. Think about it. If you're upset about or if that upsets you, you already have learned English. I think you can explain all of these things. It will be one of those like perks that you would understand. It's like, hey, you know what? You know what's interesting about this predicate, right? I actually refer to all Japanese things as predicates because they're not technically verbs. Not all of them are not technically verbs. So in English, the closer one is predicate. However, whenever someone says like, oh, what is this verb? And I'm like, oh, I usually refer to it as predicate because it functions as a predicate, not solely a verb. A verb is too specific. Most of your Japanese things. Oh, and here's one. Oh, here's one. Ooh, let me give you one even more fun. This is like maybe like a N2 concept. I would say somewhere around N3 and N2 is when people realize this because of the functionality of N3 and N2 stuff. In Japanese, there's no conjugation. This one is fire. This is a flame war. When you get to like a point, you've come to realize that linguistically, Japanese don't conjugate. There's no conjugation. The idea of conjugation defined by an English speaker does not fit the definition of conjugation in Japanese. So whenever you go to like a Genki textbook, right? Or even like a Japanese class or like Japanese teaching English class, they would use this word conjugation, but it doesn't function the same way as how English is referring to like Spanish conjugation. And I'm not skilled enough to understand what this is, but I'm taking the word of someone who's very like much more educated than I am. It's because if you think of it as conjugation, then it will affect your way of thinking what suru means, or like iru, or kuru. You'll be affected by the way you treat these terms at the end of the sentence. And yet it still doesn't stop people from saying the verb is conjugated in relation to the subject, or it's like position, or right, or object, right? In Japan, apparently, they don't think of it that way. So it's an English construct, which is really funny because now I read and speak Spanish, and my thought is, so is Spanish conjugation a thing? Like, do Spanish people conjugate? Because Spanish does conjugate based on the subject in the way it's supposed to. The relationship between the predicate of Japanese is not the same as the relationship of a verb in English or a conjugated verb in Spanish. So now we're just being, when is it enough? I look forward to in the future. You don't know if you encountered this already, but the particle ni, in your opinion, is way more of a mess than wa and ga. You won't get into much detail, but basically what ni, yeah, I know this. I have n, we're in the same, like n5, that's a n, like that's an n4 concept probably. Mark changes based on whether it's passive or active voice. Yeah, not considering the other uses of ni. If you make me explain how ni works, you might not be able to explain it, but I do know how it is used. You just get used to it because you knew it. It is a weird feeling. It is. Most of the ni concepts come before, it's below n3. It's n3 and lower. The very nuanced ni concepts that you're talking about could be in n2? Possibly. There's a lot more than that, but I think the first ni concept that people will probably talk about is the difference between ni and actually, here's one. Ni and niwa. I imagine you can explain this to me, right? I know how to use it. I know how to use it. But it is kind of funny when you first see it. Ni and niwa as a particle. There is the other one is like de and ni. This one's funny. I think this one's funny, niwa. Okay. I'll let you go and talk about all the weird things. I'll follow along for sure. We're practicing our grammar. We're gonna take a refresher course in grammar when we do Boon Pro. Article combinations make you so confused in the past too. I genuinely think you get to a point, hear me out. You can get to a point where you laugh about it, you smile about it, and that's kind of like, you like this language. I laugh about English all the time. Like, learning Japanese and Chinese have made me laugh about English more than anything in such a long time. Actually, the last time I laughed about English was Spanish, when I was learning Spanish in high school. Like, what? Oh, Chinese? Oh man, if you were learning Chinese, obviously don't burn yourself out and stuff. Man, if you were learning Chinese, you could add Chinese to the mix. Oh, Chinese. When people talk about like, oh, Japanese is a context language, right? And my first thought is, well, coincidentally, I grew up in a Chinese household. And I'm like, man, I can't express to you how awkward, but not awkward, it is to learn the same process, like the same approach as WaniKani, but apply it to Chinese. And it feels good in places, and it feels weird in another place, and it kind of it brings the whole Japanese and the English context together. Chinese is kind of like the bridge, in my opinion, between the two. Like, outside of like pronunciation and tonality, which isn't that scary. In fact, one common comment that I've heard from someone who's learning Chinese after learning Japanese is like, over time, it's like, man, I can't unhear the tones in Japanese. I'm like, what do you mean the tones in Japanese? One day, if you learn Japanese and Chinese, Japanese will no longer have pitch accent. They actually have tones. And that's really funny. In fact, for me, English has pitch accent and tones. The way I pronounce English words, I can illustrate them. If you want a kanji moment in English. Tell me how to pronounce this word. This would be the kanji moment for English. So in kanji, you would add, you know, maybe you would add a do. Right? You would add a do. Now you know how to pronounce the word. Okay, you don't want to add a do? Maybe you add a d. Now you know how to pronounce this word. Because these two words are different. To record a record. This is to record. Record. This is a record. A record. To record a record. Record record. Do. That's the stuff that makes me smile when I'm learning Japanese. Like when you start relating it back to English, I'm like, yep. Yes. This. Okay, I have one more. I do this. Oh no, you're starting to doubt your memories. No, don't worry. You're starting to forget what was the right way. You feel like your memory is like it's both. You can do both. You've never considered. By the way, all the stuff that I say, by the way, it's not hopefully you're not getting too confused. You can say it both ways. There's no difference. If you're talking about the English thing, you can say it both ways. Some people say it the same way, some people say it differently. I say it differently. So, like, this is why language is so funny. Like, natural language is incredibly funny. Like, for this example, this is my Mora example. I don't know how well I can hear the difference between English speakers, but this is build. This is build. Build. This is build. Like, so this is 3 things. This is 2 things. So you have build and build. I build. So for example, I build a bill for the build. I build a bill for the build. Right? I build a bill for the build. And this would be a Mora example, where there are 3 beats and there are only 2 beats here. And this one I threw in for good measure, for 1 beat. Instead of saying bill, it's just bill. This is build, bill, build. So this is 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats. And you can probably hear these. The more you appreciate Japanese, you can probably hear how people emphasize these things. I don't think it's good enough and consistent enough to know where they're from, though. Like which language they're from, which country they're from. But specifically, English has all of these permutations in their accents. And you can kind of get used to filling out where they are, like where are you from. Like southern accents, like for example in the American South, southern accents, there is an elongation. There's an elongation and a tone change. And I'm combining Mora from Japanese to explain with Chinese tones on how to get slurs, like build. So this, build. So he build a building, or build versus build. Bailed, like you're sliding, so it goes like 4 and slide in. Sorry man, but you might have to leave now. Your Wi-Fi is getting very slow. Oh yeah, no worries. It gets slow at nighttime. You're watching the. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, this is your first time having a long one. Good luck. Again, no worries about having to come like immediately. Write down stuff. When you're doing stuff, if you're studying, actually, you can teach me about computer science if you want. Like, feel free to talk about computer science. I have a loose background in Python and some other things. Like, get excited, you know? Work, talk, laugh. Don't get gaslighted too hard, but we can try to gaslight each other if you want. The idea is all of this stuff should be interesting, right? If you're not having fun and confused and laughing about it, I think it might not be the most passionate thing that you have. So feel free. Again, that's what I do, right? The first conversation is generally always the longest, and I try to outlast the other person. I really appreciate it. If I didn't already say this, it's a pleasure. Thank you for sticking out, introducing things. We have a lot of Japanese things to discover, and it's great that you're willing to type in Japanese and translate it for me. Like, go right ahead. You can do it every day if you really want it. Just find interest. Like, in my opinion, the thing that I really like is that you're interested in the things you're sharing, right? Don't burn yourself out, of course. So definitely like whatever you have to do, good luck. It was a pleasure. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Yeah, good luck. I'll be here for as long as I can be. Like, what I mean is I'll try to live long enough, right? As far as I know, I'll be alive tomorrow and for the next couple years. So feel free to stop on by whenever. Yeah, have a great day. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Shay. What is that? Diagnose? What am I diagnosing? What? Wait, oh.
構える
Oh, my voice is not gonna stand up to all of this if I continue. I'm gonna definitely spend some time in the background figuring out all the grammar stuff that Sway is thinking of, because I think that's a great place to talk about topics, perpetuating maybe like misconceptions, but maybe that might be also the limitation of how English speaker, like, there are things you just have to know through exposure. There are I would say it's pretty easy to make a top 10 list of things that, yeah, you just get used to it. You know when you know, as English speakers say, you know when you know. Musume.
見極める
見極めるね。
痛み
Oh boy. All right, now all my adrenaline's gone. Excuse me. What?
奇数
乗車券
乗車券. All right, we're finally gonna get to the lessons, and probably as quickly as we can, right? How many kanji does that lead us? 3, 6, 9? That's kind of high. It's probably like 80. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before I come back for lessons. This is where I usually take bathroom break. I'll be right back. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're gonna have to sort of speed run this, right? Oh, I'm pretty tired. Okay. All right. I've indulged way too much. Let's see, to dawn. What the to dawn? Oh, okay. Do I have the kun? Karukeru? Ain't no way. Oh no, akaru? Yeah, akarukeru?
開ける
Oh, akeru. Oh, just akeru. That's a lot better, actually. Yeah, to dawn or to bright. Okay. It's commonly used with ya. Oh. To talk about the dawn breaking. I see. And also often used to talk about other time-related transitions. Because of this, it can mean to end or to begin. Ah, yeah. Beginning and then is the start or the finish.
開ける
Akiryu makes sense. Rise. I got you. Oh. Okay. Oh, the ka is separate. I didn't even picture it as akarui as like separate. Interesting. Okay. What is our usual one? Is this me? Yeah, it's me and hyo. I don't think we have a hyo. It's a me. I don't think I'm gonna write anything for today. We'll try to write it tomorrow. I'm very tired. Alright, oneself. That is a kana. But it's usually used in formal terms. Okay. Yeah, instead of jibun, right? Jibun. It also used as an adverb to mean on one's own initiative. Oh, okay.
自ら
Mizukara. Oh my goodness. Mizukara. I agree with the water car though. The water car is pretty good. Fair enough. Night. Retroactive. Similar to oh, what a coincidence. Oh, Sway's not here anymore. What a coincidence, because Sway actually used this joiner. Sway actually used this joiner just recently. And I didn't get this joiner yet. I'm like, but it means similar, so it's gotta mean similar. Interesting. So what's the read on this? You learn is a formal ending, but it also means manner. Yeah. Okay.
のように
Yo. Okay. It just stays with yo. Okay. Even though this word isn't a compound, it actually uses the onyomi. Okay. Because I wasn't sure if it uses yo. It was literally one of the phrases. He was saying same thing. Same thing. Also studying Japanese. Similar to you. Interesting. State of things. Manner, child? Manner of your child, state of things, is a versatile word that refers to the state of things, especially how things appear or seem. What could it be?
様子
Oh no, I'm not familiar with yosu. How the oh man, it's another read for O and G and the and she and oh whatever. Yosu. Alright. We're just gonna go with it. Got a book on. Oops.
開ける
I think I can store all of this temporarily.
自ら
Mizukara. Without doing our like mnemonic workaround and all that. You'll be fine. Or until tomorrow.
様子
Yosu. Or state of things. Okay.
のように
You know. Alright. Good twist. Oh, this is probably addition of the move recently. I don't have a kun for this. Literally means to twist. You can okay.
ひねる
Hineru. Oh my goodness. Nejiru. Oh, this read is usually written kana. Okay. General twisting. Oh, okay. Ineru. That's gonna be tough for tomorrow. Application. Oh, say humbly to request an application. Probably a official process of official. Okay. Mose?
申請
Shinsei. Oh, wait. It was Shin? Oh, yeah, it is Shin. The humbly thing. We're getting tired. Don't worry. Gotta keep trying. Oversee. Oh, this is supervised. Jian. Alright, Jian is fine. Surveillance makes sense. Jian. What is the closest to Jian? Gen? Or Ken? Kan? What? Oh, yeah, that's fair. It's Ian. Dang it. It's Kan. Alright, makes sense. Dinos. Yeah. Yeah. This one was a problem in Hanzi. Probably formal word? Primarily used in medical tech. Oh, okay. Done. So, 診断。
診断
Xindan. I mean, not Xindan. Xindan. I'm still in English mode here. To urge? Okay. Means to encourage or prompt, yes. Was this? No. We don't have a kun for this, right?
促す
Unagasu. Oh my. Unaga. Oh my goodness. What is that? Oh, this needs so much work tomorrow. Oh, but there is unagi though. Oh no, that's oh no. That is so disgusting. Oh, we're just hitting the crazy stuff. What the? We're just gonna rely on our emotions now. What in the world?
申請
We are heck.
Hineru.
Ineru. Oh no. Tomorrow's gonna be so cursed. Oh no. Okay.
診断
What was this? Unagi's wait. Unagasu.
促す
Alright. The noun urge. Fair. Interesting. Sponsor plus urge. Oh, like press for demand. Yeah, fair enough. Sai. Saisoku.
催促
Okay. To break something. Okay, that's fine. Although we don't have a kunyomi. Oh, be something reasonable.
壊す
Kowasu. Oh wait, this might not be the first koala. Heckin' Kowasu. Okay. Dry, that makes sense. Oh, give me gun. Yeah, kan. I'll take kan. I'm fine with that. Complete destruction. Wow, that must be a formal term. Zenkai. Zenkai. Alright. Elapse, so that makes sense. What the collapse? What was collapse? To?
倒壊
Yeah. Tolkai. Alright.
壊す催促倒壊
全開
What? 2 reviews? Wait, what the? Where are these 2 reviews coming from? 9 a.m. Oh, come on. Oh, it's the 2 from the beginning. Alright, we'll just do these.
催告
Daikoku and
主催
Sai, Alright. Alright, let's get back to it. Oh, don't hit me hard. Oh, there's 60 of them. Most of them are vocabulary, though. Okay. Okay, Musume, we're moving along. Only daughter. Oh, Hitotsu Musume? No, not Hitotsu. Hitori Musume?
一人娘
Musume. Hitori Musume. Okay, that's fine. Europe? Wait, how's that Europe? Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, actually. The king thing actually works really well. Religion. Okay, religion plus teach, still religion. Fair enough. Shukyo.
宗教
Shukyo. Ooh, going down. A sect? Okay. Religion in a section. Like a faction. Or denomination. Yeah. And this was like
宗派
ha, right? Shuha. Okay. Alright. Just gonna ride as quickly as I can.
一人娘娘
Okay. I'm not gonna try to talk too much. My voice is dead. Wait, what was this supposed to be? Oh yeah, Europe. Right. I didn't even look at the character yet. Black District. Hmm.
宗派宗教
Zensek makes sense. Practitioners follow. Okay.
禅宗
Zensu. All right. I'm okay with that. Banquet makes sense.
宴会
Okay. All right. Oh, I'm okay with that. Yes. Colleague? I am not okay with this. Oh no, leader will use charcoal to malt. Huh. Yo. Oh really? Interesting. That's really versatile. Yo is really versatile. The heck? Is an old-fashioned word for it? Okay. Oh, be something like still be N.
宴
Utage. Oh my gosh. Utage? You also song it? Oh my goodness. Scary, kawaii.
怖い
Okay. Oh, you know what? Kawa is fine. We're gonna keep koala. Koala shows up more than usual actually.
宴会
Ah!
全集
Oh my goodness, this is so disgusting. Target.
宴
Oh my gosh. Send help.
怖い
Alright. Terror? Yeah, I would say. What is that? Kyo? Kyofu?
恐怖
Kyofu. Okay. Phobia? Okay.
恐怖症
Kyofuso. Okay. Alright, Kyofusho. Accumulate. Oh, I'm okay with this too. Is it key? Oh, give me key. Seki. Oh, come on. You couldn't even give me key? Or G? Okay. Seki. Alright. Terrifying. I know, right? Can describe something that inspires you. Okay.
恐ろしい
Osoroshi. Oh man, also. I think that's gonna be a problem tomorrow. 1 cup. Ai? Ippai. Ne? Probably ippai
一杯
or ippai. Oh, it's both. But okay, ippai.
一杯
Okay. Hmm.
恐怖
A terror.
,恐怖症
一杯
Oh, Soroshi.
恐ろしい
I'm so terrified right now. Ay. Alright, I get it. It's terrifying. I know. English. Okay.
2杯
Yeah, Nihai. Alright. Sanbai. Sanbai. Okay. We're fine. Free ones. Director? Duel? Wait, is this supposed to be duel? Or, no, not duel. Shu? It kind of looks like Shu. Give me Shu. Okay. Okay, hold up. This is not what I think it is. The bottom is different, right? Director. Okay. I'm okay with this. Ban.
板
Dang you. Why did you have to start with the kunyomi for ban? Ita. Ugh. Okay. Ban.
看板
Yeah, kanban. All right.
2杯3杯
看板板
Edo. Edo? I mean, it kind of looks like Edo, so we're fine. Edo? Oh, it's up? Edo? Okay. Inlet. Irie?
入り江
Irie. Okay. Servants. Oh, we have a read. Chung? Chi. Shin. Shin and Jin. Okay. Fair enough. To add something to. Oh, can this be ka? Oh no. Come on, give me ka. Or what is another? Or e or he. Oh no, heru is kind of weird. Actually, that might not be that weird. Means to add something alongside the main thing. Okay.
添える
Soeru. Oh, come on. So, why would you use so for so? Oh, you know what? That's a good one. Instead of using soap, you could use so. I haven't used so in a while. I totally forgot that they use so as one of the breeds. That might be a bit more utilitarian than soap. Or yes, soap. Huh. I'm gonna get destroyed tomorrow. Oh, this makes sense. I guess tentai?
添付
Tenpu. Oh, it's fu. Whoops. Tenpu. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yes.
入り江
Idiot. Wait, what is this? Enter inlet? I forgot what this is supposed to be. Oh, it's just inlet. Okay, okay. I can't spell. Then help.
Edo
Edo. Okay.
添付
Input. Attachment. Send help. I have no I don't remember. So man.
添える
Very strong. Strong, violent. Strong to the point of violence. Kyo. Kyoretsu. Kyoretsu. Okay, kyoretsu. Fierce? So what? Moritz.
猛烈
Moritz. Mysterious, that's fine. I don't know what that could be. Gun. Gen. Oh, actually Gen kind of checks out for the mysterious thing. Oh, is the other Oh, okay, never mind. Fervent? Heated violence? Oh, I get the fervent thing. Formal word.
熱烈
Netsuretsu. Oh, wait. Netsuretsu is fine, actually. It's mo in front of something? Mo is used to compound to emphasize fierceness or intensity.
も
Alright. Okay.
.猛烈
う強烈
熱烈
It's
も
abbreviate. Man, what are the chances this is Rakusu?
う略す
Ryaksu. Yeah, okay. Ryaksu. Okay, I'm good. I guess the special onyomis are pretty special. Conserve. Conserve abbreviate? Abbreviation? Omitting? Conserve abbreviation. Leaving out abbreviation. Conserve those letters with abbreviation. Now you're omitting extra fluff. Okay. Relatively formal term. Leaving out, omitting. Okay. So what is that? Shoryaku?
省略
Shoryaku. Okay. And oh, instead of tight. Oh, this is a coincidence because I dropped this character yesterday. Jing. King. King. Alright. Yakugo.
略語
Abbreviation. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Rough draft. Ah.
Ryakuzu.
Yakuzu. That sounds weird. Okay.
略す
I can't spell abbreviate. It's fine. In
省略
省略
略図
What? Oh.
略語
Alright. We're moving. I refuse. We must honor our pledge. I'm really tired. Okay. Broad outline, that makes sense. So 50-50 on dai or tai. We're gonna go with it's formal. Dai ryaku. Ah, dang it! I lost the 50-50. I guess Thai formal is fine. To recommend. Oh wait, susumeru. Or something like that. Right?
進める
Yeah, susumeru. Oh, I still have some Duolingo words left. Yeah, susumeru to recommend. Solicitation? Oh. Formal word? No, means soliciting to buy a product or service or inviting them to join a... Okay. Often in a pushy way. So we have kanyu.
勧誘
Kanyu. Okay, kanyu. Alright. Alright, next one. Look up. Search. And research and search. Ah! Examine and search. Oh, that's kind of cute. So what we got? 検索.
検索
Kensaku. Alright. Index. Saku. Yeah, oh no. Wait, is it? Oh no. It's probably. Oh, is it using the rare onyomi that I have? What is it? Sakuin or something like that.
作品
Yeah, sakuin. Alright, alright. Fine. Index.
作品
That's interesting.
作品
Yeah, it's onyomi. Alright. It's our only onyomi. Okay. It's going pretty well, actually.
大略
Dairyaku. Oops. I couldn't spell outline.
進める
That's legacy. Strong legacy.
勧誘
Unyu. I don't know how this is like average solicitation. Ugh. I guess I do say solicitation. Well, do solicit anyways.
作員
Wait. How did this work? I don't remember. I didn't look. Oh, heckin' index. Oh, that's where the index comes from. Okay. Full insert. Interesting. It's not going so well. It's not going so hot.
検索
Inside. Navigation. Yeah, navigation method. Okay. Technical term. What do we have? Call something. Tofu.
広報
Oh, oh, right. Cool. Aviation. Hey, didn't we have another aviation? Yeah. Navigating the sky. Okay. Oh, don't you dare coon this. It's probably just call, right?
航空
I mean koku. Oops, that's ku. Not call. Koku. Okay, okay, we're fine. Non-stop flight. Oh, fixed flight. Oh, we were just talking about now. Straight. Or fix. Actually, I'm not sure if there's now or oh.
直行
Chok. Yes, cho. Choko. Okay. Shopping district. Shop. Streets. Okay, yeah. Okay. Merchandise shop street. Shotengai. Okay. Shotengai. Main Street makes sense. Oh no, that's kind of not. That doesn't kind of make sense, but that's fine. Are you gonna double coon this me? Keep in mind, isn't a generic term. It's usually refers to an important route. Yeah, I get it. Are you gonna? You're not gonna like Gaido.
街道
Kaido. Oops. Kaido. I said Kaido. Kaido. Alright. Alright.
後方
Oops.
航空
Okay.
直行
Choco.
街道
Heck!
商店街
Enga. Alright. Examine a patient. Okay, to diagnose. Okay, sure. Or to examine, that's fine. I think to diagnose is fine too. We'll stick to it.
見る
Miru. Oh, just a look? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't consider it as the third look. Medical exam. Alright. Diagnose, guess. Ah. What is that? Shin... bleh.
診察
Shinsatsu. Oh, that's the... Oh, yeah. The gas under... Yep. To stuff in tsumeru refers to tightly fitting something into...
詰
Okay.
める
Tsumeru, okay. We already knew that. Let's see. Demand. Interesting.
請求
Seikyu. Alright. To take on. That ain't no se. No se. It's more like it. No se. What could you be? To take on. So, つける
受ける
Ukeru. Alright. Oh, for accept. Oh, interesting. Alright, sure. Alright.
見る
Miru. Well, whoops.
診察 詰める
受ける
Ukeru. Wait.
「請求
Thank you. Cabinet meeting. That makes sense. The cabinet deliberation. What do we have? Kaku. Kakuji. Kakuji.
閣議
Kakugi. Oops. Not ji. Ki. Kakugi. Kakugi. Let's see. Hero. Oh, hey. Inshong. Inshong is... What is that? Inshong. Yeah, so... Ingyu. 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 Oh, no, I can't. Au. Wait.
英雄
Au. Inshong is kind of Au. Au. Okay. Au. Alright, South Korea. Yep.
韓
Hankoku.
国
Alright. Hankoku. Oh, interesting. Japan and South Korea. Interesting. Nikan? What? Is it bit form?
日韓
Nikan. Oh, they have a separator. Okay. Trainee. Okay, so we have sharpen your mastering of the life, which is like a student. Interesting. So what? Kenshu se. Ne?
研修生
Kenshu se. Okay. Alright. Whoa. Calm down.
韓国
Uncle.
閣議
하경이. 네?
英雄
에유. 네.
日韓
이칸. That's interesting that's a formal word between the two of them. There's some history behind it, but that history is very different. Having them bundled together is a little weird. Like South Korea and Japan, there's some history there. That's interesting. That'd be a phrase.
研修生
Use Blackboard. Yeah.
黒板
Kokuban. I immediately thought it was Heiban. Kokuban. Yeah, Kokuban's fine. Contribution. Oh, that's interesting. It still kind of works the same way. Alright. Is a very formal word? Okay. Significant contribution in a professional, academic, and business context. So, what does that leave me though? Why am I drawing a blank on the draw near? Heck. Key? This was a key? So, Kyo?
企業
Kyo. Okay. I'm starting to lose my mind. Kifu.
寄付
Donation. Interesting. Both of these kind of deal with on the give. That's gonna be a problem. Don't tell me this is key too. To draw near, to stop by. Su?
夜
Yoru. Oh, alright. I thought it could have been su. Search. Search. Nice. Formal term. Sounds like Chinese. That's all I gotta say about that. Let's see. Sousaku.
創作黒板
Kokuba. Heck.
企業
創作 寄付
Ah. Ah. Mm. Oh, that was asking for a meaning. Draw near. Yoru. Yoru. Uh, some of the coons are gonna be a problem tomorrow. Oops.
夜
Alright, it's fine. We just need the exposure, and then we'll call it a day. See how well tomorrow goes. Do we have something in addition to tomorrow? At 5 p.m.? Where'd the other 4 go? Oh, that's probably the other stuff. 5 p.m. I think we're just gonna start early tomorrow and skip the 5 p.m. rush. What does that mean for... Oh no. $5 p.m. 2 units. It's fine. I think we're fine. Oh, so much indulgence today. Met another cool overseas person. All right. So let's go over our definitions. Of overseas, dry, Europe, colleague, accumulate, director, servant. I don't remember servant at all. Mysterious. All right. All right, now we're going over our mnemonic ones. Un. Gandhi? Oh, it could be Khan, actually. That might be Khan, too. We'll say it's Khan. Europe, Oh. So the king. Row. King. Tokugawa. Oh no. Oh, Shin and jeans. And Gen. Wow. Actually, that worked out pretty well, I think. Here, now let's do our reads. We're going back to definitions. So, on oversee, I cup of liquid, done dry, Sai sponsor, Soku urge, all Europe, it inlet, say request, you mail, Kan Korea, I break, Shin diagnose, Kaku cabinet, roll, yo, yo, or colleague, in accumulates, bucket, director, un recommend, Shin Jin servants, Ryaku, abbreviation. Ko, navigation. Ki, draw near. Percent. On board. Again, mysterious. Guy, streets. Shu, religion. Oh, I missed one. Oh wait, is this Keen? Oh, I might have gotten two things mixed up. I might have this mixed up. This is not Keen. I think this is Keen. So this is what? Tense? King? King? I want to double check this. Yeah, Seki. I dropped Seki. Sexy. Alright, that makes sense. That's better. So tense is Keen. Musume. Daughter. En. In. No, end. Banquet. Ooh, scary. Yo, fear. Pen, append. Mo, fierce. Retsu, violent. Saku, search. And tsu, stuff. Alright, here's to tomorrow. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. Because, man, if you're following along, you're more than welcome to. Alright, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. And if you're following along, you're more than welcome to come on by, yap a little, share some stories, right? Share some anecdotes. I had the pleasure of meeting another person today, once again. And whenever people stay, right, that's where the digression happens. Maybe in the future with some like AI tricks or something, some of these things are going to be highlighted. I covered a lot of topics today, and many of it revolves around communication and anxiety, right? But the greater, bigger scheme of things is about age, the concept of learning versus practicing, right? Consistency versus discovery, right? I forgot to use the discovery word. And oftentimes being younger, there's shifts, right? And I wanted to highlight that. And it does check out most of the time. Like Duolingo, that does check out. It's not gonna be known for its consistency. I think generally those who reject things or overlook things that provide consistency do not see the value in consistency. If you're on a fast-paced life, on an internet hustle, right, going really blitzing fast, it's not designed for you, and it checks out. I was being a bit aggressive with it. The thing I wanted to highlight is it's excellent to know what is not for you. I think taking it to the next step in understanding what is the limitations of your observations, right? Upper limits, lower limits, understanding the pragmatic and the inaccurate. Like there was a lot of, near the end, we had a lot of celebration of the perpetuation of specific, maybe lost in translation. I actually think the grammar side of things when it comes to the English and then how it's perpetuated, I think it's lost in translation rather than being wrong or misleading, that kind of thing. There are various things, especially in English, which I illustrated myself. There's quite a lot of loss in translation. And it comes back to the idea of there are perks when it comes to frequency of use. And a lot of times the frequency of use come with explicit feelings. And to me, the idea, the middle ground that I typically approach with is both. The answer is both. So the perspective that you would, you take is either you're a purist and you decide that one is wrong and one is right, instead of, observing the obvious fact that they both exist. That is where I'm a little bit more pushy. I guess I'm a bit more pushy because I want to make it clear that I wanted to preface this quite in advance. We ended up getting into the discussion anyways. And that's what I meant by, you either have a discussion with someone who thinks there's only one right answer, or you're in a discussion about a natural language in which there are more than one big, large, growing group using the language. So I have come to understand that a lot of those things that are perpetuated, especially the grammar thing, I haven't covered all of them. I think I've known at least 4 or 5 consistent grammar technicalities that I feel it was used more in the way of English being Japanese interpreted in the way of an English manner. And with that, it bridges and gets closer to the use case. Whether then it is a misleading or a reinterpretation of it, that's kind of one of the biggest talking points. And for me, when someone outright ignores the existence of a perpetuating majority, or like an arguably a substantial group, that is what I mean by when I speak to people, I don't lean towards native monocultural and monolingual perspective personally, largely because most of the time I say both. They both exist, so you need to know both. If you're an efficiency person, then associations are not for you, right? What is wrong is also technically the route to what is quote unquote right, or more right, or however you want to. They both exist in a way of journey, not a destination. The destination is when you know that you only have one trip and only one way there, the quickest way. If you take a detour, then it's not about the journey, right? If you don't like taking detours and making relationships between different detours to understand the history of things, like the history of why there's a grammatical quote unquote misinterpretation or some accuracies that are technically not right or technically not wrong, that kind of thing. Without understanding that stuff, it's not about the journey anymore. It's about the destination. You want to get it right. And whether some people take a different path there, it's not of your concern. You simply get misled and you're annoyed. When I see a detour, sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes it kind of looks like you're taking the correct way and then it leads to a detour, right? And I wanted to aggressively promote that. When something is inaccurate, you have the capacity and the ability to make it accurate, right? And then you understand the nature of why it's inaccurate. So that compels you in a way to explain it in a different context. And that to me breeds an understanding and a tolerance. I feel that when it comes to talking to individuals who grow up in a far more homogenous and monocultural thing, things are very clear. They want them clear cut and everything is very easy to understand, and things that are obfuscating or confusing may be alienating and avoidant. And that is definitely the choice of the user. If you associate with me quite a lot, the reason why I like listening to other people's stories, and as always, welcome all the gap, is that I like being open-minded. I enjoy embracing other people's opinions in order for me to create and challenge myself to make room for all those things. Like when someone is upset about something, yes, I totally agree with them. Like if you only use Duolingo for 2 weeks, that makes sense that 2 weeks is all the time you think Duolingo is worth, right? It checks out. While I say that, I also want to incorporate the idea that if you only used it for 2 weeks, you can't make a comment on its value past that point, or there would be a limitation to it. So overselling an impression is overreaching. When someone sells an impression, that's when you have like a journalist or a person like, and remember, this is our early impressions. What happens after is something you can't be predictable about because it's very difficult. Experiences and consistency. Experience is one of the game that you must play. So would I have reservations when someone says they use something for 15 minutes and say it's only good for 15 minutes? It's the same aspect when someone says it's only good for 2 hours and only have done it 2 hours. And then 2 weeks and only 2 weeks. You can say less, like I would be more apt to saying someone used it for 2 weeks and they were only engaged for 30 minutes. It's like now there's less of an upper limit issue, right? And the funny thing is, I really appreciate Sway. Like Shay really was humorous. The person really gave me a lot of privileges because it really shows that what I thought is becoming a concern for younger college-bound, highly functioning youth, even not in the United States, like around the world, it's whole consistent. It's very difficult to, whenever I say something, the thing I focus on is consistency and habit formation. And those are consistently being the interesting things that are rarely heard, right? And when you're starting a college career, one of the things you lay the foundation for is consistency. Constantly balance. You're trying to, iron out your identity, right? So it's very difficult to establish a habit of consistency and then doing something long enough in order to see, oh yeah, I see why this is misleading and the nature of this misleading, and therefore I can do it this way, and therefore that mislead becomes something that leads to the connection, right? So oftentimes this leads to a pattern where, in my opinion, you learn something and then you spend a lot of effort unlearning it, as opposed to you learn something and that's the part of the journey to the right answer, or to the answer that you're more desirable in, right? Natural languages have that built in. Humans are not built with construction languages. They don't have perfectly paved. I mean, some things check out, but hindsight is only 2020. So when you're trying to pigeonhole yourself and restrict yourself to everything has to be logical, as opposed to pragmatic, right? Like occurrence and order, I think that creates a bit of dynamic issues. If things are ideal in the learning process of things that are naturally occurring, you wouldn't necessarily need problem solving skills anymore, which is the whole beginning of all of this. I think today was a long marathon. I think we're over 8 hours of digression, and the central core of the comments deal with problem solving skills, and then using your listening and your observational skills in order to elevate your problem solving skills and critical thinking skills over time. Because when you get older, you might not need to solve too many more problems with outrageous differences. So to me, one of the, maybe a little time ticker is that when you become stuck in your ways and you haven't experienced enough to problem solve and encourage yourself to problem solve through many things like being consistent and habit formation, it gets, in my opinion, it often gets tougher the older you get. Like, how do you, if someone is in financial debt, how difficult is it to get them to establish a habit of financial responsibility? The longer it was, the last time they did it, the harder it's going to be. And I think scholars, people who go to college, will get challenged for these things. And that is, I don't want that to stop. So I'm not going to stop doing that. And I hope we can do it all with a smile, right? And motivation. In fact, sometimes if I push someone's button and they come back at me with more information and better explanation, mission accomplished. Because the idea is that that person is then willing to invest in resolving a miscommunication or a lack of communication. And if we can get that going, I'll look back on these moments with great fondness. Because if I live long enough to see like a bright 20-year-old become a 40-year-old, I'm sure to some extent all that experience is gonna make all of this stuff in retrospect really, really enjoyable to revisit. And sure enough, I'm sure on the horizon, some AI algorithm tools will make this a little bit more easier for me to find where these bits are. Right now, it's so difficult for me to find where these digressions are. The biggest telltale sign is whenever I digress, the video is like 8 hours longer. But today is a little bit weird. My power went out momentarily. So it says 7 hours right now. And I'm pretty sure the first half was... It was during WaniKani, right? So I think I'm over like 12 or 13 hours today. Tomorrow is going to be a little tough on my voice. But hopefully I'll be back. Again, if I'm on, you're always welcome to come on by and yap. Yap, yap, yap. The more we talk, the more we express things, obviously, exercise discretion, and people grow. Anxiety goes away. I think one of the biggest counter to anxiety right now is a bucking at the dominance of parasocial relationships. Let's talk with each other. I don't know what people's concepts are anymore. My keywords that I'm talking about is, are you talking at someone? Are you talking with someone? Right? That's one of the first things. The two things. If you can get outside of talking at someone, which is just to state stuff at each other, I think this is the biggest culprit. One of the biggest culprit in communication, without like the bottleneck for interchanging and creating meaning and affirmation and whatnot, is this concept of talking at each other. Or I think someone I watched recently called this talking across each other, or like cross, maybe like across or across each other. I call it at each other. So basically you're talking, but you're not talking with the person or even against the person, right? So you're not talking with, which breaks up to against, or for. So you're not having a discussion. There's no dialogue. There's no recognizing someone else's argument and their opinion and then reflecting upon it and either add to it, which is, or like for in a sense of adding to it, right? I don't think for is a good idea. It's the thing I'm looking for. You're adding to it, or you can for it too. So these are the possibilities. When you're talking at someone, there's no possibility. You're simply stating your opinion, and if it's true, it's true. If that other person agrees, they agree to disagree, that's it. It is what it is. Those are the at stuff. And boy howdy, do I immediately try to establish a with. So the with is to create sentiments, visibly try to communicate the sentiments, share anecdotes, and that's the goal, right? Whether we disagree about things, that's when we are able to recognize that there are two people in the conversation, or three or four, however many. You're all welcome. Until then, it's genuinely my pleasure and my privilege that other people spend time talking to me. So whenever there's one, there's a 6-hour digression waiting to happen. So for everyone else, you're more than welcome to come on by. How energetic I'm gonna be, I'll try my best each and every time. Right. Until then, see you guys next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.